Stop scrolling. This moment is not casual. It is heaven pressing pause on everything else around you so your spirit can hear this trumpet blast. You are being summoned, called out of the noise, pulled from the shadows. That tug in your chest is not imagination, it is divine confirmation. You have always known you were different, set apart. And today you are reminded that you were never designed to fit into the mold of this world. Your story has been unusual because your destiny is unusual. Every rejection, every closed door, every season of silence was not punishment, it was preparation. You were being hidden like a precious weapon kept in the armory until the appointed time of battle. And now the trumpet is sounding because that appointed time is near. Think of yourself as a torch carried through a dark cavern. The deeper the cavern, the more vital the flame becomes. That is why the enemy has tried to suffocate you with discouragement and weariness. He knows if your light shines, others will find their way out. You disrupt darkness just by existing. And yes, you have been tired. The waiting has drained you. Your heart has whispered questions in the midnight hours. Did I miss it? Was I forgotten? No, you were not forgotten. Seeds grow in hidden soil before they ever break the surface. Just as rain takes time to seep into the roots of a field, your destiny has been soaking in seasons unseen, preparing to bloom. This is a final warning wrapped in blessing. Hesitation can no longer be your answer. Delay is dangerous for chosen ones because delay denies destiny. You cannot afford to press snooze on heaven's alarm clock. The sound is clear. The call is direct. Rise now. Think of Moses, trembling at the burning bush, still chosen despite his fear. Think of Gideon, hiding in a winepress, called a mighty warrior before he believed it himself. Their circumstances looked ordinary, but their calling was anything but ordinary. That same pattern is on your life. Heaven does not consult your confidence before assigning your mission. Heaven calls, and you respond. The Word of God speaks in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord your God will be with you. That is not a suggestion. That is a command backed by eternal presence. You are not asked to walk this alone. You are escorted by the same God who split seas, who shook prison doors, who silenced lions. Fear loses its grip when you remember who walks beside you. Consider a story of a young man who felt invisible for years. He prayed. He waited. He wondered why everyone else seemed to move ahead while he stayed stuck. But one day he realized that what looked like delay was training. His patience became strength. His loneliness became intimacy with God. When his moment arrived, he carried a depth that speed could never produce. That young man's story is a mirror for you. The trumpet you hear now is the shift. What once felt like wasting is about to become revealing. Chosen one. You are like an arrow drawn back on a bowstring. The tension you felt, the backward pull, is not regression, it is positioning. The further the draw, the greater the release. And when heaven releases you, you will pierce through barriers that others could never penetrate. This is your moment to respond. Not with half-hearted agreement, not with vague intention, but with action. Type boldly in the comments, 77. Let it be your declaration. I hear the trumpet. I choose courage. I step forward. And if this resonates, share it, so another chosen one still asleep can awaken. Subscribe, so you remain connected to words that will fuel your journey. Do not walk this path alone. This is a movement, and you are part of it. The trumpet has sounded. The question remains, will you rise? You may wonder why this moment feels heavier than the others. It is because heaven is closing the gap between what has been promised and what must now be lived out. The trumpet blast is not background noise. It is the sound of doors opening and also the sound of other doors closing forever. Some doors will never open again if you keep waiting. That is the sobering truth. Chosen ones do not have the luxury of endless delay. Your life is an assignment, not a hobby. And yet, with the wait comes blessing. You are not being pushed forward empty-handed. You are being equipped, like David standing before Goliath with only a sling. What you already carry is enough for your first victory. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff, winds rushing around you, and suddenly wings you never knew you had unfold. That is what obedience feels like. Terrifying at first, but then unstoppable. I tell you plainly, the trumpet does not only awaken you, it awakens what is inside of you. Dreams you buried, strength you forgot, courage you thought had died. They are rising now. Your voice matters. Your presence carries weight. Even your silence has been louder than you realized. Shaking rooms you entered. Now, imagine what your obedience will do when it becomes action. The time of questioning has ended. The time of walking has begun. God is not asking you to understand every detail, only to say yes. So let this extension be clear. The trumpet blast is your signal. Do not look back. Do not hesitate. Say yes. Step forward and watch what heaven unfolds before you. You have carried hidden battles that few ever saw. Behind the smile you gave others, behind the strength you tried to display. There have been nights when the weight pressed so heavily you thought you might break. These battles were not visible to the crowd, but they were very real. And now, looking back, you begin to see they were shaping you for a divine assignment. Every chosen one is trained in secrecy. Think of Joseph in prison, long before Pharaoh ever called his name. Think of David tending sheep, long before he wore a crown. Think of Paul in Arabia, hidden years before his ministry shook nations. Hidden battles are not punishment, they are rehearsals for future stages. Without the struggle, the chosen cannot carry the mantle with humility and strength. It is easy to envy others who seem to move quickly while you fight unseen wars, but what you carry requires depth. Shallow roots cannot withstand storms. That is why you were buried deeper, pressed harder, and tried longer than others. What looked like delay was divine preparation. Your hidden battles are like the grinding of an olive in the press. No one applauds when the crushing happens. Yet the oil that flows becomes fuel for light. Without pressing, there is no anointing. Without resistance, there is no strength. And without pain, there is no compassion for others. I want you to see your scars differently. They are not evidence of failure, they are evidence of survival. They testify that even when you thought it was the end, you were carried through. Hidden battles have been your classroom. They taught you to pray when no one was listening, to trust when nothing made sense, to cling to God when every other hand let go. Imagine a soldier trained in secret, far from the applause of a parade. No one cheers during practice drills. No one notices the sweat of preparation. But when war comes, the hidden training becomes the very thing that saves lives. That soldier is you. And now, you begin to realize the hidden season was never wasted. It was essential. Even your tears carried purpose. Tears water the soil of destiny. What seemed like moments of breaking down were actually moments of sowing, and though no one else saw the seeds you planted in prayer and persistence, heaven recorded every one. Nothing was wasted. The writings of David remind us in the Psalms. Chapter 34, Verse 18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. These words are not distant poetry, they are your story. Every time your spirit was crushed, He was near. Every battle that left you weary was still under His watchful eye. You were never alone, even when you felt it. Think of the story of a woman who endured rejection after rejection while pursuing her purpose. Each closed door felt like confirmation that she was not good enough. But in truth, every rejection redirected her to the exact path designed for her. Years later, she looked back and realized that had she been accepted into the places she once begged for, she would have missed the higher place waiting for her. That story echoes yours. Every no was not rejection, but protection. Your hidden battles have also made you relatable. Others may admire talent, but they are transformed by authenticity. When you share the truth of what you endured, people will not just hear your words, they will feel your journey. And that is the mark of the chosen. Your scars become someone else's survival guide. Picture a candle in a dark room. The candle does not speak, yet its light reveals everything around it. That is you. Your hidden battles have carved a flame in you that will not be easily extinguished. And soon, that flame will guide others who are lost in darkness. Do not despise what you endured. Every sleepless night, every unanswered question, every hidden tear is being woven into a story of glory. What once looked like fragments will soon be revealed as a masterpiece. And you will realize the hidden battles were never random, they were rehearsal for your assignment. Let this truth sink in. You survived what was meant to destroy you. That survival itself is proof you are chosen. Now, every step forward carries authority that cannot be faked. When you speak of endurance, you speak from experience. When you talk about hope, you speak as one who clung to it in desperation. That is why your words will carry weight. They are forged in fire. So lift your head. Do not be ashamed of the hidden battles. They were heaven's strategy, not hell's victory. And now, as the trumpet continues to sound, you step out, not as a victim of unseen wars, but as a warrior refined by them. The hidden season was never designed to silence you. It was designed to sharpen you. What others could not see, God was chiseling deep within your soul. Each battle carved strength into your spirit, like an artist shaping stone until a masterpiece emerges. Even the loneliness had purpose. Silence became a furnace where you learned to discern the voice of God. Without the crowd around you, you discovered the whisper that now guides your steps. Those who live always in noise never hear it, but you did. That is why you are different. Think of gold in the fire. At first, it seems to lose form, melting under the heat. But in truth, the impurities are leaving, and the metal is becoming more valuable than ever before. That is what happened in your hidden wars. What was false burned away, and what was real endured. Every chosen one has a hidden chapter, and yours will soon become the very testimony others need. You will stand, not as one who escaped pain, but as one who overcame through it. Your scars are no longer signs of defeat, they are proof of destiny. You have often wondered why people misunderstood you, why you walked into rooms and felt the chill of rejection, why circles closed without explanation. But hear me, you were marked. And the mark of the chosen is not always embraced, it is often resisted. Rejection has followed you, not because you are unworthy, but because you are set apart. The weight you carry unsettles those who are not ready to see light. You have been a mirror, reflecting what others tried to hide, and mirrors are rarely welcomed. Think of Jeremiah, called to speak words no one wanted to hear. He was rejected, imprisoned, mocked, yet still chosen. Think of Jesus himself, who healed the sick, raised the dead, multiplied bread for the hungry, yet still was despised and crucified by those he came to save. If the Son of God was misunderstood, how much more will his chosen ones feel the sting of rejection? But let me assure you, rejection was never punishment. It was protection. It redirected you from places that could not hold your destiny. It shut doors that seemed appealing, but would have poisoned your spirit. It pressed you into God, even when you didn't understand why people fell away. The writings of Solomon remind us in the Proverbs, chapter 29, verse 25, "Fear of man will prove to be a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is kept safe." This is why rejection cannot be your prison. It is not the opinions of man that preserve you, it is the safety of God's hand. Let me paint this picture. You are like a pearl forming in the hidden belly of an oyster. Pearls do not appear without irritation. It is the grain of sand, unwanted and painful, that eventually produces beauty of great value. That grain in your life was rejection. And now, heaven is unveiling the pearl. There was once a young man who longed to belong. He tried to change himself, to soften his convictions, to mirror the people around him. But no matter what he did, he never fit. Eventually, weary of pretending, he embraced the truth. He was different by design. And in that moment of surrender, he discovered doors opening to places where his authenticity was celebrated, not silenced. That story is yours too. You were not created to blend in. You may carry memories of words spoken against you, the sting of betrayal, the loneliness of being left out. Yet every cut became a channel for light to shine through. Where others saw weakness, God saw space for his strength. Where others dismissed you, heaven reserved you. You are like a sword forged in fire. A sword cannot be trusted in battle until it has been hammered, heated, and quenched again and again. Rejection was part of your forging, and now you are ready to cut through deception with truth, to separate light from darkness, to stand unshaken when others collapse. Do not envy those who were always accepted. Acceptance can be comfortable, but comfort rarely produces calling. You, marked and misunderstood, have been shaped by fire, and this is why your voice will matter. People may not always agree with you, but they will not be able to deny the weight you carry. So here is your response today. Comment, "Marked for more." Write it with conviction, because those words are not just a phrase, they are identity. You were marked not to fit into the ordinary, but to carry something extraordinary. When you declare it, you are agreeing with heaven's design. I am set apart. I am protected. I am chosen for more than what I lost. Your story of being misunderstood is not shame, it is proof of heaven's hand. Rejection has made you ready, and soon, the very thing that made you different will make you unforgettable. Rejection often feels like abandonment, but in the kingdom, it is redirection. When someone walks away, you may think you lost stability, but in truth, you were released from what could have sabotaged your growth. It is heaven pruning branches that no longer bear fruit in your story. Pruning hurts, yet it ensures you will bear fruit in abundance later. Think of Noah. For years, he built the ark with no applause, no validation, no crowd cheering him on. Instead, he endured mockery and misunderstanding. But when the floodwaters came, those who mocked him were silenced. In the same way, the seasons where you felt laughed at or dismissed are the very seasons that proved you were building something eternal. And here is the mystery. Rejection positions you. It clears the room of people who cannot carry the weight of your assignment. If everyone had stayed, their voices would have diluted your vision. If every door had opened, you would have scattered your energy in places that could not hold you. Rejection narrows the path, so you stay aligned. Your scars also carry a prophetic edge. They are not random wounds, they are maps. When you speak to someone who feels the sting of betrayal, your words will cut through the fog, because you have been there. When you encourage someone who feels excluded, your testimony will remind them that exclusion is not the end, but the beginning of distinction. Imagine a lantern carried through the wilderness. The lantern does not remove the darkness of the forest, but it makes a pathway for those who follow. That is you. What you endured has lit a fire inside you, and now you will carry it into the paths of others who would otherwise stumble. So, stand firm in this truth. You were never rejected by God. You were rejected by people so that heaven could reserve you. The rooms you thought you lost were too small for what you carry. The tables that did not make space for you were not worthy of the crown you will wear. Chosen one, you are marked for more. And rejection was the doorway into it. The weight of the mantle has never been light. To carry something sacred is to walk a path that others will never fully understand. You have felt it pressing on your shoulders like an invisible cloak that follows you into every room, every decision, every season of your life. Sometimes it feels like responsibility. Sometimes it feels like fire. But always it feels heavier than what those around you seem to carry. This is the mark of the chosen. A mantle is not placed on everyone, it is entrusted. And those who carry it learn early that ordinary living will never satisfy them. Your spirit will not rest in shallow waters because you were created to launch into the deep. Think of Elijah and Elisha. Elisha was plowing with oxen when Elijah's mantle fell across his shoulders. In that moment, everything changed. Ordinary work was interrupted by extraordinary purpose. The mantle demanded a decision. Would he cling to the familiar, or would he step into the unknown? Elisha chose to leave the oxen behind. He understood that when the mantle comes, it cannot be treated lightly. You, too, have been interrupted. Ordinary routines, ordinary relationships, ordinary ambitions, they no longer fit. The mantle does not let you blend in. It keeps you restless, keeps you searching, keeps you reaching for something higher. There is a paradox here. The mantle feels heavy, yet it is also the source of your authority. Just as a crown is weighty but signifies rulership, the mantle reminds you of what you are destined to walk in. Authority without weight is fragile. That is why you have carried more than most, because you will lead where most cannot go. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 18 still echo today. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. The suffering is real, but so is the promise. The heaviness of the mantle is not permanent burden, it is temporary preparation for eternal glory. Consider the butterfly before its wings unfold. Inside the cocoon, pressure builds. The struggle is painful, but it is that very resistance that strengthens the wings. If someone were to cut open the cocoon too soon, the butterfly would never fly. In the same way, the mantle presses, but it also prepares. The weight makes you ready for the flight. There was once a young leader who could not understand why he felt so different. His friends chased opportunities without fear, but he always felt a restraint in his spirit. It frustrated him until one day he realized the mantle upon him demanded greater sensitivity, greater consecration. What looked like limitation was in fact protection. He was being preserved for something bigger than he could yet imagine. His story is yours. The mantle you feel is not meant to hold you back. It is meant to guard what you carry. The mantle is also a teacher. It teaches patience when you want to run ahead. It teaches humility when recognition tempts you. It teaches endurance when quitting looks easier. Every lesson is sharpening your spirit, shaping your character, ensuring that when doors open, you are not just gifted but grounded. Imagine a torchbearer in an ancient relay race. The flame is heavy, the pace is grueling, and the crowd does not always cheer. Yet the runner knows the torch must be delivered. That is your assignment. You are not only carrying your own story, you are carrying the spark for others who will come after you. And yes, sometimes it feels unfair. You look at those without the mantle and think, why is their path so much easier? But hear this, what is light for them would be too small for you. Their assignment is not yours. The mantle custom fits you, and though it feels weighty, it is also the proof of your significance. The mantle also brings spiritual sensitivity. You see what others ignore. You feel what others overlook. This is not weakness, it is a gift. Just as prophets of old were burdened by visions others could not comprehend, you too are entrusted with insight. Carry it carefully, for revelation is not entertainment, it is responsibility. Even your failures have been filtered through the mantle. What should have destroyed you only deepened your dependence. Where others fell and stayed down, you rose, not by your own strength, but by grace woven into your calling. The mantle has been your shield, even when you did not realize it. Think of a tree standing through decades of storms. Its branches may break, its bark may scar, but the roots go deeper with every trial. That is you. The mantle has anchored you, and though storms have left marks, you remain standing, stronger than before. Do not despise the weight. It is the proof that heaven trusts you. If you were empty, you would feel light, but because you are full of assignment, full of calling, full of promise, the mantle presses. And here is the truth you must hold. The weight you carry is not just for today. It is shaping you into someone who can release blessing tomorrow. Your endurance is creating a legacy. Your faithfulness is opening doors for generations after you. The mantle is never only about one person. It is about a lineage, a ripple, a testimony that will echo far beyond your years. So, carry the mantle with reverence. Do not curse it. Do not run from it. Lift it like a crown, even when it feels heavy. For one day, the weight you bear will be revealed as glory, and you will understand. It was never a burden, it was a trust. The mantle does not crush you, it crowns you. Every step beneath its weight is forming. Strength no storm can uproot. What once felt unbearable will soon be seen as the very proof of your divine selection. You carry not just burden, you carry destiny woven into your shoulders. There is a reason your presence unsettles darkness. When you walk into a room, even in silence, the spiritual atmosphere begins to shift. You may not see it with your natural eyes, but in the unseen realm, your light burns against shadows. That is why battles have pursued you. That is why heaviness has tried to cling to you. You carry an anointing that terrifies what opposes heaven. From childhood, you may have noticed the difference. Where others could compromise and move on without consequence, you could not. Where others could ignore conviction, your spirit would not rest. You are not built to live like the rest. You are built to be a signal, a burning torch that exposes what hides in the dark. Consider a candle in a cave. The darkness cannot overcome it. No matter how vast the cavern, the flame still cuts through. That candle does not shout. It simply burns, and everything hidden becomes visible. That is you. And yet, this truth carries weight. To walk in light is to invite resistance. The enemy does not fear those who blend in, he fears those who stand out. That is why you have felt targeted, but do not mistake the target for weakness. It is proof of the mark you carry. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 8, "For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Lord. Live as children of light." When? This is your identity. Not maybe, not someday now. You are light. You are chosen to reveal paths for others. But light is not meant to stay hidden under a bowl. Light is meant to shine on a hill, to spread, to multiply. And this is where your calling stretches beyond yourself. The flame you carry is not just for your survival, it is for others who are stumbling. Your courage creates courage. Your stand becomes a shelter for those too weary to stand. I want you to imagine something. Picture a lighthouse standing firm against storm after storm. Inside the lighthouse, there is a keeper who trims the lamp, refills the oil, and makes sure the light never dies. Ships in the distance may never see the keeper's face, but they survive because he stayed faithful. That is your life. You are the keeper of a flame that others desperately need to see. And this flame cannot be carried alone. Light spreads when flames connect. That is why we invite you, if this message strengthens you, to help us keep the light burning. Your share, your like, your subscription. These are not just digital actions. They are sparks passed forward, making the fire visible to others who would never hear this word without you. Even more, for those whose hearts are stirred, your donation is like oil poured into the lamp. Without oil, even the strongest flame begins to fade. But with oil, the fire burns brighter, reaching farther, guiding more souls through the storm. Understand this. Giving is not a requirement. It is never a price you must pay to receive the word. The word is already given freely. But for those who feel the nudge, donating is simply an act of saying, "I want this flame to keep burning for others, not just me." You. Think of it like a well. You come thirsty. You drink deeply. and your soul is refreshed. No one demands payment for water, but some who drink say, "I want to pour back into this well." So the next weary traveler finds it full too. That is what your giving does. It keeps the well from running dry, ensuring countless others will be refreshed after you. If you cannot give financially, your voice still matters. Sharing, subscribing, spreading this word is fuel as well. Every action adds oil to the lamp. Every connection multiplies the light. Together, we become a city on a hill that cannot be hidden. But if you do feel stirred to give, let it be out of joy, not guilt. Let it be like planting a seed in fertile soil, expecting that not only will others reap from it, but God Himself will multiply it back into your own life. Giving is not loss, it is sowing. And harvest always follows sowing. Remember the widow in the temple. She gave 2 small coins, and yet her gift moved heaven because it came from the heart. The amount is not what shakes eternity, the faith behind it does. So hear me clearly, your light matters. Your presence matters. Your support matters. None of it is wasted. Every flame joined together becomes a blaze that darkness cannot silence. If this message speaks to your spirit, click like, share it forward, and subscribe. These are not just clicks, they are sparks, passed like torches from hand to hand, keeping the fire alive. And for those stirred in a deeper way, you may choose to donate. Think of it as pouring fresh oil into a lamp, ensuring it never goes out, or as laying a stone onto a bridge so countless others can safely cross after you. Your gift is never a demand, it is an offering of light for future travelers. Together, your likes, shares, subscriptions, and seeds sown become a wildfire of hope, spreading farther, faster, stronger than any one of us alone could carry. Chosen one, you are not alone. We are a family of light, bound by the same calling, carrying the same flame. And as you rise, others will rise with you. So let your light shine freely, joyfully, boldly. Support if you feel led. But always know, the calling is already yours. The mark is already upon you, and the fire inside you will not be quenched. This moment you are reading is not ordinary. It is heaven's interruption. You did not stumble here by accident. Your spirit was drawn because there is something God wants to press into you right now. Pay attention, because this is not coincidence. It is divine timing. Every chosen one knows the feeling of strange interruptions. A conversation that changes your direction. A dream that wakes you in the middle of the night. A verse that seems to leap off the page when you most needed it. These interruptions are not random, they are signals. They are heaven's way of pulling you back into alignment when life tries to distract you. Consider Moses at the burning bush. He was tending sheep, doing the mundane, when suddenly the extraordinary erupted before his eyes. The bush burned but was not consumed. God interrupted his routine to reveal destiny. That is what happens with chosen ones. Your ordinary gets pierced by the extraordinary. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 6, verse 44. No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws them, and I will raise them up at the last day. Do you see it? Even your ability to be here is not random. You were drawn, pulled, invited into this exact moment. Think of your life like a river. You thought you were drifting on your own, but there has been an unseen current guiding you. pulling you towards destiny. That current is the hand of God. Every interruption, every delay, every shift it has been His way of steering your boat toward shores you could not reach alone. And perhaps you feel unsettled, because when heaven interrupts, comfort is disturbed. The places you once felt at ease begin to feel too small. Conversations that once entertained you suddenly feel empty. People you once leaned on seem to fade away. This is not punishment, it is preparation. You are being unclothed of distractions so you can be clothed with purpose. There was a young woman who lived many years in patterns of survival. Her days looked the same: work, stress, sleep, repeat. She prayed, but wondered if God ever truly saw her. Then one night, in tears, she stumbled onto a message that felt like it spoke directly to her soul. She felt pierced, awakened, seen. That was heaven's interruption. That night changed her course, not because she planned it, but because God stepped into her timeline and said, "Now, her story reflects yours." God interrupts not to inconvenience, but to realign. Interruptions also test obedience. When Jesus called His disciples, they left nets, boats, and even family. Imagine that. One sentence, "Follow me," and their entire lives shifted. Heaven's interruption is not gentle suggestion, it is command. The question is never, will God speak? But, will I obey? Your spirit knows. This moment carries weight. The fact that you are still reading proves you sense it. The words may pierce, but they also heal. They may unsettle, but they also awaken. This is heaven's design. Think of lightning cutting through a stormy sky. It interrupts the darkness for only a flash. But in that flash, the entire landscape is revealed. You see what was hidden. That is what this interruption is for you. It is a flash of clarity, so you can no longer walk blind. The prophet Habakkuk once stood bewildered at the chaos around him. Yet in his writings we find this cry, "I will stand at my watch and station myself on the ramparts. I will look to see what He will say to me." He understood the posture of chosen ones. When heaven interrupts, you stop, you listen, you look. And here is what you must understand. Interruptions are invitations. They are not accidents to ignore, but doors to step through. To treat them lightly is to risk missing the very moment your destiny pivots. Many hear but do not respond. Few hear and move. Which one will you be? This is where your declaration matters. To anchor this moment in faith, I call you to respond. Comment 444. Do not treat it as random digits. See it as a prophetic act. 4 is the number of foundation, stability, and order. By writing it, you are declaring, "Heaven has interrupted me, and I choose to build on this foundation. I choose alignment over delay. I choose obedience over distraction." Think carefully. This may be the turning point you have long prayed for. Heaven's interruptions do not come daily, they come in divine timing. And when they arrive, the only right response is surrender. So pause. Feel the weight of this moment. Hear the trumpet within these words. You are not scrolling randomly, you are being drawn, interrupted, awakened. Heaven has broken into your ordinary, and it will not let you go until you answer. Heaven's interruption is not only about timing, it is about transformation. When God steps into your path, He is not trying to make your life slightly better. He is calling you into something entirely new. The interruption is the doorway between the life you know and the destiny waiting to unfold. Think of Abraham. He was settled in his father's land, comfortable and established. Then came the voice, "Leave your country, your people, and your father's household, and go to the land I will show you." That single interruption changed history. Without it, the lineage of promise would never have been written. In the same way, what feels like disturbance in your life may actually be the spark of a new legacy. You may feel unready, but heaven does not call the ready. It makes ready the called. The interruption is proof that God trusts you with more than you trust yourself. It is heaven's way of saying, "I see you as capable, even if you do not yet." Do not despise the sudden shifts. Welcome them, for every interruption carries the fingerprint of destiny, and your obedience to it will mark generations beyond you. There is a sobering truth you must face. You are always one step away from obedience, but also one step away from rebellion. The edge is narrow, and chosen ones cannot walk carelessly upon it. You have felt this tension in your spirit every time you delay, every time you hesitate. You know you are standing near a dangerous border. The weight of your calling demands attentiveness. What others can ignore, you cannot. What others dismiss as small compromise, you feel in your spirit as a fracture. That is because chosen ones live under a sharper light. God's hand is closer, His spirit more persistent, His conviction more direct. The edge of rebellion is not a place you can afford to linger. Consider the Israelites wandering in the wilderness. They had seen miracles with their own eyes, seas parted, manna falling from heaven, water flowing from rock, and yet they grumbled, resisted, rebelled. Their delay was not just inconvenience, it became disobedience. What should have been an 11-day journey stretched into 40 years. And an entire generation missed the promise because they lingered too close to rebellion. It is written in the book of Hebrews, chapter 3, verse 15, "Today, if you hear His voice, do not harden your hearts as you did in the rebellion." This is not a suggestion. It is a warning. To ignore the voice of God is to risk drifting into hardness, and once the heart is hardened, even miracles cannot convince it. Think of rebellion like a cliff edge covered in mist. You do not see how close your feet are to the drop until it is too late. That is why chosen ones are urged to stay alert. Every delay pulls you closer. Every excuse clouds your vision. And the further you walk in hesitation, the less you notice how dangerous the edge has become. There was once a man who sensed God calling him to leave behind destructive habits. He heard the whispers, felt the conviction, even dreamed of the warning. But he told himself, "Tomorrow, I'll change." Days stretched into months, months into years. One day, the habit consumed him so deeply that freedom felt impossible. He did not fall in a single step. He fell by standing too long at the edge. His story is a mirror of what the Spirit warns. Do not mistake patience for permission, and yet, this warning is wrapped in mercy. The very fact that you feel conviction is proof you are not abandoned. Conviction is not condemnation, it is invitation. It is God's way of saying, "I still want you close. I still trust you with destiny. I still believe you can walk away from the edge." Imagine walking through a forest at night. A lantern flickers in your hand. Each step away from the path feels darker, colder, more uncertain. But the moment you turn back toward the light, the path becomes visible again. That is the mercy of God. Even when you've strayed, the light has not gone out, it waits for your return. Rebellion is not always loud defiance. Sometimes it is subtle, like procrastination. Sometimes it looks like endless distractions, filling your days with noise, so you never answer the one call that matters. Sometimes it looks like pride, convincing yourself you have more time, more chances, more options. But every form of rebellion leads to blindness if left unchecked. Do not underestimate how fragile obedience can feel. One yes can unlock destiny. One no can close doors for a lifetime. This is why the Spirit presses urgency into your heart. It is not to scare you, but to save you from drifting too far. The edge of rebellion is not a place to flirt with. It is a place to flee from. Chosen ones are not called to linger on borders. They are called to walk boldly on the path of obedience. Think of Jonah again. He ran from Nineveh. Thinking distance would excuse his disobedience, but the sea found him. The storm confronted him, and the fish swallowed him. His rebellion delayed, but it did not destroy, because mercy still intervened. Your mercy moment is now. Do not wait for the storm to correct you when you can choose the path willingly. The edge of rebellion is also the edge of blindness. Once you step over, conviction grows quiet. Excuses grow louder, and the heart convinces itself that wrong is right. That is why the Spirit shouts now. You are closer than you realize. Every hesitation matters. Every delay costs. But here is the hope. You do not have to fall. You can step back. You can choose differently. You can recognize the edge for what it is and let the Spirit guide you back to safety. That choice is still in your hands. So let this truth cut through your heart. Chosen ones cannot afford rebellion. The cost is too high. The risk too great. You were not marked to wander. You were marked to walk faithfully. And though the edge is real, the hand of God is stronger. Take the warning. Let it awaken you. Let it push you from hesitation into holy urgency. Because rebellion is only one step away, but so is obedience. The choice belongs to you. Rebellion does not begin with great acts. It begins with small neglect. A prayer skipped here. A whisper ignored there. A delay justified with excuses. Over time, the small cracks widen until the whole foundation shakes. That is why God's Spirit warns now, before the cracks become collapse. Think of a bridge with hidden fractures. From the outside, it looks sturdy. But each day without repair makes it weaker, until one weight too many causes it to crumble. Your soul is that bridge. Every act of obedience strengthens it. Every act of rebellion weakens it. Yet even here, mercy remains. The architect of your life does not abandon his design. He calls, restores. He rebuilds if you will. Let him. This moment is his invitation. Step away from the edge and let him reinforce you before the collapse comes. You have heard it said that mercy is abundant, that grace overflows without end. And it is true. God's mercy is deeper than any ocean, His grace higher than the highest heavens. Yet there comes a moment when even mercy withdraws, not because it ceases to exist, but because the heart refuses to receive it. Mercy has footsteps, and those footsteps can fade if ignored too long. This is the sobering reality. Chosen ones cannot treat mercy as casual. Every time you sense conviction, every time your spirit stirs at a word, every time tears come without explanation, that is mercy knocking. But when you silence it again and again, the knock grows fainter. A day can come when the heart no longer hears it at all. Think of Pharaoh in Egypt. 10 plagues struck his land, each one more devastating than the last. Mercy was present in every warning, in every chance to soften his heart, but he hardened himself again and again, until finally his heart became stone. Mercy had stepped back, and judgment entered. The warnings were not absence of grace, they were proof of it. Grace gave him chance after chance, but when chance was wasted, mercy withdrew. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 6, verse 2, I tell you, now is the time of God's favor. Now is the day of salvation. Notice the urgency. Not tomorrow. Not when it feels easier now. Favor and mercy are doors, and doors do not remain open forever. Imagine walking through a marketplace just before sunset. Vendors are packing away their goods. Voices are calling out their final offers, and doors begin to close. If you linger too long, the chance passes, and the opportunity is gone. Mercy can feel like that marketplace. The Spirit calls. The window is open, but if ignored too long, the opportunity may close. There was once a woman who lived years ignoring the pull of God. She heard sermons, saw signs, even experienced moments of conviction, but always pushed them aside, thinking she had more time. Then came a night when she felt nothing, no stirring, no tears, no conviction. The very absence of feeling was the most terrifying judgment of all. For when mercy steps back, the soul is left numb, blind, deaf. That numbness is worse than pain, because it feels like nothing at all. Chosen ones are not permitted to play near that line. You are held to a higher standard, not because God is harsh, but because your assignment carries weight. If you drift too far, it is not only your destiny at stake, but the lives tied to your obedience. Mercy is patient, but it is not passive. It waits. It calls. It pleads, but if continually rejected, it will step aside and allow you to taste the fruit of your own choices. Think of mercy like a lamp in a dark valley. The lamp shines, showing the path, but if you close your eyes and refuse to walk by it, the lamp does not chase you forever. Eventually, the valley consumes those who refuse the light. Even David, the man after God's heart, understood this. In Psalm 51, after his sin, he cried out, "Do not cast me from your presence or take your Holy Spirit from me." Why would he cry such a prayer unless he knew it was possible? David knew mercy could step back if his heart grew hardened. That is why he fell broken before God, begging for restoration. Mercy's footsteps are soft but steady. You can feel them near now, drawing close, whispering in your ear, tugging at your soul. But chosen one, do not ignore them. Every response matters. Every time you bend your heart, the footsteps draw nearer. Every time you resist, they move further away. There is also a hidden blessing in this warning. The very fact that you feel it now is evidence that mercy is still near. You would not be stirred if mercy had already departed. You would not feel the weight of these words if heaven had gone silent. The urgency you feel is the gift. Picture a clock ticking toward midnight. The closer the hands move, the louder the ticking feels. That sound is not there to torment you, it is there to wake you, to remind you that time is not infinite. Mercy is that ticking. It says, respond while the door is open. Walk through while the path is lit. Choose now while your heart can still be moved. Let this truth humble you. Mercy is not weakness. Mercy is strength withheld. It is God saying, I could judge now, but I choose to wait. It is a father holding back discipline, giving his child time to turn. But no father with love allows rebellion forever. Love corrects. Mercy delays judgment, but it never erases it. So, hear this not as condemnation, but as love calling you higher. You have been given mercy upon mercy, chance upon chance. But there comes a moment when the next chance is no longer guaranteed. The time of responding is not later, it is now. Chosen one. You stand at the crossroads. One road leads to hardened heart, blind eyes, deaf ears. The other leads to renewal, restoration, fresh fire. The footsteps of mercy are moving even now. The question is, will you follow them, or let them fade into distance? Do not mistake this as a threat. It is a gift, a final call wrapped in grace. Mercy is still here, but it waits for your decision. And once chosen, it will flood you with peace, strength, and clarity you have never known. Mercy stands before you like an open gate at dawn. The light is spilling through. The path is visible. But the gate will not remain open forever. Step through while the invitation is alive. For every moment you wait, the footsteps grow fainter, and the chance grows smaller. You have been hidden long enough, walking through shadows while carrying a voice that was meant to thunder. But the season of silence is shifting. You are being positioned as a herald, a messenger whose words will cut through the wilderness and awaken those asleep in darkness. Chosen ones are rarely placed in comfort zones. Instead, you are sent to places others avoid, to people others dismiss, to environments that look barren. Why? Because the wilderness needs a voice. Cities may have many voices, but the wilderness often has none. You are that voice. Think of John the Baptist. He was not called to the palace, he was called to the desert. His clothes were rough, his deed simple, his surroundings harsh. Yet people left the city and came into the wilderness to hear him. Why? Because truth is louder than comfort. Your voice, like his, carries a sound that people cannot ignore, even if it disrupts their routines. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 3. A voice of one calling, "In the wilderness prepare the way for the Lord, make straight in the desert a highway for our God." That verse is not only history, it is a mirror. It reflects what you are stepping into. Your wilderness season was not wasted. It was rehearsal for your proclamation. Think of your life as a trumpet hidden in a case. For years it seemed silent, unnoticed, unnecessary. But the trumpet was not broken. It was waiting for breath. Now, the breath of heaven is filling you, and your sound will shake valleys and echo through deserts. There was a man who once felt invisible, always placed in the background, never trusted with a platform. He thought his life would always be small. But one day, God shifted him into a place where his voice was needed, not because it was polished, but because it was authentic. That same story will be yours. Your authenticity, your scars, your testimony will carry more weight than polished words ever could. The wilderness you have walked through is the wilderness you are called to speak into. Others may see desolation, but you will see destiny. Others may see brokenness, but you will see the place where God wants to build highways for His presence. Do not despise the silence you endured. That silence has sharpened your ear to God's whisper. And when you speak, you will speak what you have heard in secret. That is why it will cut so deeply, like a torch raised on a dark night. Your words will draw those who thought no one remembered them, like a bell ringing through empty streets. Your sound will remind the forgotten that heaven still sees them. But the wilderness voice comes with responsibility. You cannot echo culture. You must echo heaven. You cannot dilute truth. You must declare it. You cannot remain silent when the Spirit says, "Speak." Your calling is weighty, but it is also holy. And here is where your part matters. To anchor this word, I invite you to respond with a declaration. Comment, "I lift my voice." And why this phrase? Because it is not only a comment, it is a covenant. When you write it, you are telling heaven, I will not keep quiet in the wilderness. I will rise. I will declare. I will release the sound entrusted to me. You are choosing courage over fear, proclamation over silence, obedience over hesitation. Your voice matters more than you think. Your wilderness was not wasted, it was preparation. And now the trumpet is lifted. The wind is blowing, and the sound of your obedience will echo far beyond what you imagine. Your voice is not an accident, it is an assignment. Every syllable you carry has weight because it has been shaped in silence and tested in fire. Others may speak with ease, but your words will cut deeper because they come from wounds that have healed into wisdom. Consider how silence has prepared you. In the years when no one listened, when your words seemed to fall on deaf ears, you were learning the discipline of hearing God before speaking to people. That silence was not rejection, it was rehearsal. You were being trained to echo heaven, not echo crowds. Think of Ezekiel, commanded to speak to dry bones. At first, it must have seemed ridiculous words, aimed at lifeless skeletons. But when he obeyed, the bones rattled, flesh appeared, breath returned. The miracle was not in his eloquence, it was in his obedience to release sound. Your story will be the same. Your words will revive what others have written off as hopeless. The wilderness you endured gave you empathy, because you have walked through dryness. You know how to speak to the thirsty, because you have known emptiness. You know how to point to fullness. That is why your voice matters. It is not theory, it is testimony. Picture a river cutting through rock. It does not do so with one strike, but with constant flow. Your voice may feel small at first, but every declaration wears down walls. Every truth erodes lies, until a new path is carved. That is the power of persistence in speaking. Do not underestimate the ripple effect. A single sound wave travels farther than the ear can measure. In the same way, your words may leave your lips in one place, but stir hearts across oceans. Technology, timing, divine connections. Heaven will amplify what you release. So let this extension be your assurance. Your voice is not wasted. It is needed. It is strategic. It is appointed for such a time as this. The wilderness has refined it. The Spirit has ignited it. And now the world awaits it. Chosen one, lift your voice. The echo of your obedience will awaken generations. When alignment comes, everything begins to shift. Crooked paths straighten. Closed doors unlock. And the weight you carried starts to make sense. Alignment is not about perfection, it is about positioning. When you step into obedience, heaven arranges what your strength never could. You have seen glimpses of it already. Times when one yes opened 10 doors. Moments when one prayer changed an entire situation. Those were not coincidences. They were signs of what happens when your life lines up with the purposes of God. Think of a river. If a single rock is moved, the current changes direction. Suddenly, water that once stood still begins to flow. That is alignment. One shift in your heart, one act of surrender, and suddenly, what was stagnant begins to move again. The scriptures remind us in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verses 5 and 6. Trust in the Lord with all your heart. In all your ways, submit to Him, and He will make your paths straight. That promise is alive for you now. The straight path is not built by striving, it is revealed by trusting. Alignment also brings clarity. Have you ever looked through a blurry lens? Everything seems confusing, distorted, overwhelming. But the moment the lens is adjusted, the image becomes sharp. And what felt impossible to interpret suddenly makes sense. That is what obedience does for your life. It clears the blur. There was once a young man who fought for years trying to create his own way. He worked hard, pushed harder, yet doors slummered shut. But the moment he yielded, surrendered his own agenda to God's will, he saw doors open effortlessly. He discovered that alignment is not about fighting harder. It is about flowing with the one who already knows the way. And here is where you come in. When you receive these words, when you sense this alignment stirring in your own heart, you are invited into something bigger than yourself. Your like, your share, your subscription. These are not empty clicks. They are like lanterns hung along a dark path, guiding countless travelers who are searching for the way forward. For some of you, the stirring goes deeper. Your donation is not a demand, it is a gift of light. It is like planting a tree whose shade you may never sit under. Yet generations after, you will find rest there. It is like dropping a pebble in still waters, creating ripples that reach further than your eyes can follow. This is not pressure, it is beauty. It is the choice to turn your gratitude into a living legacy. And remember, if you cannot give financially, your share, your voice, your presence still adds to the fire. Every subscription is like another log placed on the flame, keeping the blaze alive. Every share is like opening a window so the light spills further into the night. Together, each act, whether big or small, becomes alignment in motion. Heaven straightens your path, and through you, straightens paths for others who have not yet found the way. The path is being made straight. The crooked is bending into order. The wilderness is becoming a highway, and you are part of building it, not by force, not by demand, but by love freely given. Alignment is not simply a moment, it is a journey. Every step you take in obedience lays another stone on the path, creating a highway where there was once wilderness. The beauty of this is that others will walk on the very path you are building now. Think of Nehemiah. rebuilding the broken walls of Jerusalem. The work was exhausting, mocked by enemies, and full of resistance. Yet every stone he set in place was not just for himself, it was for generations who would live inside those walls long after he was gone. In the same way, your acts of obedience, whether large or small, are setting stones of safety for others. Perhaps you feel that your steps are too small to matter, but alignment multiplies even the smallest action. A single seed planted in good soil does not remain alone. It grows into a tree, producing fruit for many. Your obedience today may look like one step, one prayer, one decision. But in the Spirit, it becomes a tree of life. Picture a compass. Even a 1-degree shift changes the destination dramatically over a long distance. That is what alignment does. One small turn toward God now, one slight correction in your course, can completely redirect the outcome of your future. There was a woman who lived many years chasing success by the world's standards. She built, she hustled, she fought for recognition. Yet the more she chased, the emptier she felt. One day, she surrendered not with fireworks or fanfare, but with a quiet yes. That single act of alignment changed everything. Peace flooded her heart. Doors opened in unexpected places, and she discovered joy that striving could never give. Her story is proof. Alignment does not always begin loud, but it always ends with fruit. And this is the promise for you. Every part of your life that feels crooked can be straightened. Every area of confusion can find clarity. Every weight of striving can be replaced with flow. Alignment is not about trying harder, it is about yielding deeper. Do not despise the small shifts. They are the beginning of great transformation. Just as a sunrise starts with the faintest light on the horizon, your alignment begins with the faintest yes in your spirit. Soon, that light grows until the entire sky is filled. So, walk in alignment. Trust the process. Celebrate every step. Because each one is forming a road, not only for you, but for those who will follow. Breaking seasons are never easy to walk through. They feel like everything is shattering at once. Dreams delayed. Relationships strained. Prayers unanswered. You wonder why the ground beneath your feet trembles when you have tried so hard to be faithful. And yet, hidden in the breaking is a mystery. God is building something stronger in the very places you feel weakest. Chosen ones are not shaped in comfort. They are forged in breaking. A potter never places clay on the wheel to admire its raw form. He presses, molds, stretches, and sometimes starts over. To the clay, the pressure feels unbearable. But to the potter, it is the only way to bring beauty out of formlessness. Your breaking season has not been wasted. Every crack is preparation for greater capacity. Every tear has watered seeds beneath the soil. What looked like loss is actually expansion. You are being enlarged, not destroyed. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of John, chapter 12, verse 24, unless a kernel of wheat falls to the ground and dies, it remains only a single seed. But if it dies, it produces many seeds. That is the paradox of breaking. What falls apart is what multiplies. What dies is what gives way to new life. Think of a seed buried in dirt. From the outside, it looks like death, covered, unseen, pressed by soil. But inside, life is stirring. The shell must crack for the sprout to emerge. Without the breaking, there is no growth. Without the hidden season, there is no harvest. That is your story. There was once a man who felt like everything he built collapsed at once. His business failed, friends left, and even his health declined. For years he cried out, asking why. But in that very valley, he learned resilience, faith, and wisdom he never had before. Years later, when new doors opened, he entered with strength that could not be shaken. His breaking became the foundation of his authority. The same is true for you. The breaking is not proof that God abandoned you, it is proof that He is preparing you. Brokenness creates room for new oil, new vision, new authority. What you carry after this season will be far heavier in glory than what you lost in pain. Imagine a diamond. It begins as rough stone, hidden in rock, only through pressure, cutting, and refining does its brilliance appear. No one treasures the rough stone in the ground, but once broken and refined, it becomes priceless. That is you. Your worth is not diminished by the breaking, it is revealed through it. Breaking seasons also expose what cannot remain. Just as fire burns away impurities in gold, your trials strip away the things that cannot go into your future. Some friendships, habits, or mindsets have fallen away, not because you are cursed, but because they were never meant to carry into the next season. Breaking cleanses. Even Jesus knew the weight of breaking. In Gethsemane, he knelt under crushing agony, sweating drops of blood. His humanity trembled at the weight of the cross. And yet, through his breaking came resurrection, salvation, and victory for all. If breaking produced glory in him, how much more will it produce glory in you? Do not be ashamed of your broken places. They are altars where God's power has rested. Paul wrote of this mystery, "For when I am weak, then I am strong." Your breaking makes room for strength beyond your own. Think of pottery in Japan, repaired with gold, a practice called kintsugi. The cracks are not hidden, but highlighted, filled with shining metal. The vessel becomes more valuable after breaking than it was before. That is your destiny. The cracks in your life will not disqualify you. They will become the very places where God's glory shines brightest. Breaking seasons are also birthing seasons. Just as a woman in labor endures pain before new life emerges, you endure pressure before breakthrough. The contractions may feel unbearable, but they are signs that something new is about to be born. Do not mistake labor pains for death throes. They are proof of coming life. Your story will not end in pieces. The fragments are being gathered, the cracks sealed, the brokenness redeemed, and when the season shifts, you will rise not only restored, but transformed. So if you are in the breaking now, hold steady. Let the process do its work. Cry if you must, but do not quit. For one day soon, you will look back and say, "The breaking made me." Because chosen ones are not destroyed by breaking, they are defined by it. The breaking may feel like loss, but in truth, it is an exchange. You are laying down what was fragile to receive what is unshakable. The shell is cracking, but the life within is indestructible. God never removes without replacing. He only takes what cannot last to give what cannot fail. Think of a tree in autumn. Leaves fall, branch look bare, and to the eye it seems lifeless. Yet hidden beneath the bark, new life is already forming, preparing to bloom again in spring. The falling of the leaves is not the end of the tree, it is the cycle that ensures its survival. Your breaking is not your end, it is your preparation for renewal. And here lies the beauty. The pain you endure now will become the testimony that strengthens others later. You will stand before those walking through their own breaking, and your story will be a lantern, showing them the way forward. You will say, "I've been where you are, and I survived." That survival alone becomes prophecy, proof that breaking does not kill chosen ones. It crowns them. So, let the breaking do its work. Resist the urge to run from it, for running only prolongs the process. Embrace it, knowing that every crack is making space for glory, and when the light shines through your scars, others will see not the fragments, but the faithfulness of God who never let you go. Your breaking season is not wasted. It is sacred ground. Signs and symbols surround you more than you realize. Heaven often speaks not only through words, but also through patterns, numbers, and moments that repeat until you finally pay attention. These signs are not random coincidences, they are prophetic codes, reminders that your life is woven into a divine design. Have you noticed how certain numbers seem to follow you? A clock that always seems to strike at the same time. A receipt with a repeating sequence. A date that seems to reappear in critical moments. These are not trivial. They are whispers. Subtle nudges, reminding you that you are being guided. The ancient words recorded in the book of Daniel, chapter 12, verse 4 declare, "But you, Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book until the time of the end. Many shall run to and fro, and knowledge shall increase." In the same way, God sometimes seals, meaning inside patterns, unlocking them only when the moment is right. When you see the sign, it is heaven's way of saying, "Pay attention. Something is unfolding." Imagine a compass in the wilderness. You may not understand the terrain, but the needle always points north. In the same way, prophetic numbers and patterns point your spirit back to God's direction. Even when the path feels uncertain, there was once a woman who kept seeing the same number over and over. At first, she dismissed it as coincidence, but after weeks of repetition, she began to pray. In that prayer, God revealed a promise she had forgotten. That number became her reminder that heaven had not abandoned her. Every time she saw it, her faith grew stronger. That story is not unique. It is the way chosen ones are marked. Numbers are woven into the very foundation of creation. 7 days formed the week. 12 tribes formed Israel. 40 days marked Jesus' fast in the wilderness. Numbers are not human inventions alone. They are divine signatures reminding us that everything is ordered. Think of numbers as threads in a tapestry. Alone, one thread may seem meaningless, but woven together, they form a pattern that reveals beauty. The patterns in your life are weaving something greater than you can see right now. Do not dismiss them. Pay attention to what repeats. Pay attention to what lingers. These are the fingerprints of heaven on your timeline. And here is your prophetic response. Comment 888. Le. Why this number? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings. 888 is not just a fresh start. It is the symbol of overflowing renewal. Endless cycles of restoration and resurrection. Life multiplied. By writing it, You declare, I choose new beginnings. I embrace renewal. I step into cycles of life that never run dry. This is not superstition. It is agreement with the promise of continual restoration. Think of a sunrise. One dawn marks a new day. But imagine 3 suns rising at once, the entire horizon bathed in overwhelming light. That is what 888 represents. Not a single chance to begin again, but multiplied opportunities, multiplied renewal, multiplied hope. There was a young man who thought his failures had erased his future. But when he discovered the meaning of 8, his heart awakened. He realized that every ending in his life was simply a doorway into a greater beginning. His scars no longer felt like proof of loss, but proof of cycles that could not be stopped. His story echoes yours. Grace for new beginnings does not run out. Prophetic numbers are like road signs on a highway. Ignore them, and you risk missing your exit. Follow them, and you arrive exactly where you were meant to go. Heaven has placed these signs along your path to make sure you do not wander endlessly. So let this truth steady you. You are not lost. You are being led. The signs around you are not accidents, they are confirmations. The numbers that repeat are not meaningless, they are messages. And today, 888 is your response. It is the seal of multiplied new beginnings over your journey. Comment it. Declare it. Believe it. Let it remind you every time you see it again that you are stepping into cycles of renewal, walking in resurrection power, and marked by eternal hope. The codes are unfolding. The signs are clear, and your alignment with them is proof that you are chosen. New beginnings are not always loud. Sometimes they start as a whisper, a small stirring in your heart that says, things cannot stay the same. That whisper is the Spirit reminding you that endings are not failures, they are invitations. Every closed chapter is a divine setup for something greater to be written. Think of Noah after the flood. The waters receded, and what looked like total destruction was actually the stage for a brand new world. The ark resting on dry ground was not the end of a story, it was the beginning of a new covenant. In the same way, your floods, your storms, your seeming losses are only preparing the ground for fresh promises. The beauty of 888 is that it points not to a single restart, but to perpetual renewal. Life will continue to unfold in cycles: fall, winter, spring, summer. Each season has its purpose, and none can be skipped. What looks like an ending is always preparing for another beginning. Imagine waves on the shore. One recedes, another arrives. The rhythm never ends. That is the rhythm of God's mercy over your life, never ceasing, always renewing, always bringing the next wave of opportunity. So, when you declare 888, you are not just asking for one more chance. You are aligning yourself with the rhythm of heaven, beginnings without end, cycles of hope that cannot be broken, rivers of life that never dry up. This is your inheritance as a chosen one, not a single opportunity, but endless renewal, not a fragile future, but an eternal unfolding of promise. There comes a moment when silence can no longer hold what burns inside you. The lion awakens. It is not an awakening of noise, but of authority, of a voice that once trembled, but now roars with conviction. This roar is not anger, it is power. It is the sound of courage that has been forged in the hidden years of pain and preparation. Every chosen one carries a lion within. For some, it lies dormant, silenced by fear or rejection. For others, it stirs slowly, rising in moments of deep conviction. And then there are times when heaven itself releases the roar, summoning you to stand boldly in places where silence once ruled. The writings in the book of Proverbs, chapter 28, verse 1 declare, "The wicked flee though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." That boldness is not learned in classrooms or borrowed from crowds. It is born in fire, nurtured in breaking, and released when the Spirit fills you. Consider David. When he faced Goliath, he did not speak with hesitation, but with authority. "You come against me with sword and spear, but I come against you in the name of the Lord Almighty." His words were a roar that cut through the fear of an entire army. His courage came not from size or weapon, but from the awakened lion within him. Think of Esther. She stood before the king, knowing the risk of death. Yet her voice carried weight that turned the fate of a nation. Her roar was not loud in volume, but thunderous in impact. That is what it means to awaken the lion. You may not shout, but every word carries authority that shifts destinies. There was a young woman who grew up silenced, always told to stay small, always overlooked. But after years of walking with God through hardship, she discovered strength in her own voice. One day, she stood up in a gathering and spoke truth with such clarity that those listening wept. She had never raised her voice before, but the lion had awakened. Her story echoes the truth. When the lion rises, silence breaks. The lion within you is not reckless. It is disciplined strength, not random noise. Lions do not waste energy chasing every small distraction. They roar to establish territory. In the same way, your boldness is not for pointless arguments or empty debates. It is for declaring truth, claiming ground, and silencing lies that have lingered too long. Picture a lion walking through the savannah. Its very presence shifts the atmosphere. Smaller animals scatter. The ground trembles with each step, and even without a sound, authority is felt. That is you when boldness rises. You do not have to prove yourself with constant explanations. Your presence alone speaks. The awakening of the lion also means courage in hidden battles. Boldness is not only for stages or public places. It is for the moments no one sees. It is for resisting temptation in silence, for praying when your body wants to quit, for standing firm when compromise seems easier. These quiet roars are just as powerful, for they shape your integrity. Do not confuse meekness with weakness. Jesus described himself as gentle and humble in heart. Yet, he also overturned tables, silenced storms, and confronted rulers with unshakable boldness. His meekness was strength under control, not the absence of power. The lion in him roared when truth demanded it. And so it will be with you. When the lion awakens, you will find yourself speaking with a confidence that surprises even you. You will stand in rooms you once felt too small for. You will confront lies you once tolerated. You will pray prayers that shake the unseen. This is not arrogance. It is authority rooted in heaven. The awakening also brings responsibility. Lions do not roar without purpose. Your boldness must serve the kingdom, not ego. Your courage must lift others, not crush them. Your roar must echo heaven's truth, not personal pride. Think of Paul standing before kings, testifying with chains still on his hands. His roar was not for his own freedom, it was for the gospel to spread. That is the kind of boldness heaven is awakening in you, selfless, purposeful, unstoppable. There will be resistance. Every roar attracts attention. Some will tremble. Others will rage. Do not be surprised when boldness makes you a target. But remember, lions are not intimidated by noise. They do not bow to the chatter of smaller creatures. Your boldness is not to be explained or defended. It is to be lived. Even creation recognizes this. In the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 8, it is written, "The lion has roared, who will not fear? The sovereign Lord has spoken, who can but prophesy?" When the lion within you awakens, it is not optional to remain silent. You must release what has been entrusted, so do not shrink back. The season of whispering has ended. The season of roaring has come. You are not the timid version of yourself anymore. You are the bold, refined, spirit-filled chosen one who carries the sound of heaven in your chest. Let the lion awaken. Let the roar rise. Let your boldness cut through the silence and declare that you are here, chosen and unshakable. When the lion awakens, it is not just about volume, it is about presence. The roar inside you announces to darkness that you will no longer be silent prey, but a warrior marked with authority. This awakening does not erase fear completely, but it makes fear bow to faith. Think of the first breath a newborn takes. The cry is not learned, it is instinctive. The sound of life, proving it has arrived. Your roar is the same. It is heaven's way of declaring through you, I am alive. I am chosen. I will not be silenced. Do not resist this rising. Embrace it. For the roar is not your own strength. It is heaven's strength moving through you. Unshakable. Undeniable. Unstoppable. The clash of kingdoms is not a metaphor. It is a reality that unfolds around you every day. Light and darkness are not distant, forces locked away in ancient stories. They are present, moving, colliding in the world you walk through. To be chosen means you are not a bystander in this conflict. You are a participant, whether you realize it or not. From the moment you were marked, your life became a battlefield. This explains why peace often feels fragile, why resistance seems constant, why weariness lingers. It is not because you are weak, it is because you carry weight in a war that is invisible to most. The scriptures remind us in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." This verse strips away the illusion. People are not your enemies. Systems are not your enemies. The true conflict lies in unseen realms, where darkness tries to smother light. Think of Daniel, who prayed for 21 days before an angel finally arrived with his answer. The delay was not silence from God, it was resistance in the heavens. Forces of darkness fought to block the message, but persistence in prayer broke through. That story is a mirror of your journey. What feels delayed is often contested. Your prayers, your choices, your obedience, they shake realms unseen. Picture two armies facing each other at dawn. On one side, shadows gather with deception, fear, and despair. On the other, light rises with truth, courage, and hope. The battlefield is not on distant soil, it is within hearts, within minds, within the very atmosphere you carry. Every thought you resist, every lie you silence, every truth you declare is part of this war. There was a man who once thought his struggles were merely personal temptations, discouragement, repeated setbacks. But one day he realized they were not random, they were strategic. Darkness had marked him as a threat because of the destiny on his life. Once he saw his battles as warfare, not coincidence. His perspective changed. He stopped living as a victim of bad luck and began standing as a soldier with authority. His story is a testimony for you. When you recognize the war, you begin to fight differently. The clash of kingdoms also explains the weight you feel when you enter certain spaces. Have you ever walked into a room and felt heaviness, though no one said a word, or spoken truth, and seen tension rise immediately? That is not your imagination. It is atmosphere responding to the presence you carry. Light disrupts darkness. Darkness resists light. The clash is constant. And yet, the clash is not balanced. Light is not fragile, hoping to survive against overwhelming darkness. Darkness exists only in the absence of light. The moment light appears, shadows scatter. This is why your presence matters. Even if you feel small, the spirit within you is not small. Darkness fears the light you carry because it knows one spark can unravel an entire web of lies. Imagine striking a match in a cavern. At first, the flame seems tiny compared to the vast darkness. But watch how the shadows pull back, how the space becomes visible. That is your life. You may feel like a flicker, but your flicker is enough to reveal paths, expose traps, and awaken hope. The clash of kingdoms is also about territory. Every place you step is contested. Will it be surrendered to despair or claimed for hope? Will it echo lies or ring with truth? You are a carrier of atmosphere. Your words, your prayers, your presence shift the ground beneath your feet. This is why chosen ones cannot live passively. Passivity is surrender without battle. Silence is agreement with shadows. You are not called to blend in, you are called to confront. Not with fleshly weapons, but with spiritual authority. Prayer is your sword, truth your shield, praise your banner. You fight not by screaming at darkness, but by standing in unwavering light. The Book of Nahum, chapter 1, verse 5 paints the majesty of God in battle. The mountains quake before him, and the hills melt away. The earth trembles at his presence, the world and all who live in it. This is the side you stand on. The clash may feel fierce, but the outcome is already certain. The God who makes mountains quake fights with you. Even so, the war has purpose. Without resistance, your strength would remain untested. Without opposition, your authority would remain hidden. Every clash reveals what is inside of you. Courage is not born in ease, but in confrontation. Faith is not built in silence, but in storm. The very fact that you face resistance is proof that you are moving in the right direction. Think of a blacksmith forging a sword. Each strike of the hammer, each blast of heat, each moment of pressure transforms raw metal into a weapon. The clash of kingdoms is your forge. What feels like attack is actually shaping. What feels like breaking is refining. When the battle ends, You will not emerge weaker. You will emerge sharpened, fit for purpose. So do not despise the clash. Do not retreat from it. Stand in it. Recognize it for what it is. Proof that you are carrying light strong enough to disrupt darkness. Your life is not random. Your battles are not meaningless. Every struggle is part of a greater war. And every victory you win resounds in places you cannot yet see. So, walk forward, not as one overwhelmed, but as one aligned with the kingdom that cannot be shaken. The clash may rage, but light will always prevail. The road of destiny is paved with choices, and there is always a moment where compromise tries to bargain with your crown. You know this moment well. It arrives quietly, offering you comfort when you are weary, shortcuts when you are impatient, or applause when you are lonely. But every chosen one must face this question: will I accept the counterfeit, or will I guard my crown? The scriptures remind us in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 11, I am coming soon. Hold on to what you have, so that no one will take your crown. A crown is not only a symbol of victory, it is the mark of your identity, your authority, your inheritance. To trade it for convenience is to exchange eternal treasure for temporary pleasure. Think of Esau, who gave up his birthright for a single meal. Hunger blinded him to the weight of what he was holding. The stew filled his stomach, but emptied his legacy. His story is a warning to you. The appetite of the moment can rob you of destiny if you are not watchful. But also think of Joseph. He stood before temptation in Potiphar's house, and though compromise offered itself in secrecy, he chose to walk away. That decision cost him in the short term. He was thrown into prison, but in time, it positioned him for the palace. Joseph's crown was preserved because he refused to trade destiny for counterfeit pleasure. The choice is always before you: crown or compromise, destiny or distraction, eternity or temporary comfort. And this is why the Spirit presses on you so strongly, because your crown is too precious to waste. Imagine standing on a mountain peak. In one hand is a crown, gleaming with eternal light. In the other is a trinket, shiny but fragile, fading in the sun. Which will you hold? The trinket offers quick satisfaction, but it breaks easily. The crown requires endurance, but it lasts forever. That image is your life right now, and as you hold that vision, here is where your response matters. Your like, your share, your subscription. These are not mere buttons. They are public choices, signals to heaven and to others that you are guarding your crown. Each one is like planting a flag on the mountain peak, declaring, I choose destiny. And, for some, the stirring goes deeper. You sense that what you receive here should not stop with you. Your donation is not payment, it is participation. Think of it as oil poured onto the crown to keep its shine, or as adding another stone to the foundation so the next generation has a place to stand. Giving is not demanded, it is offered, like extending a torch. So another traveler sees the path. Picture a vineyard once more. The keeper does not plant for himself alone, he plants for generations. Each seed placed in the soil becomes wine to gladden hearts long after he is gone. That is what your giving does. It plants joy, hope, and truth in fields you may never see, for people you may never meet. And remember, if you cannot give financially, you still carry light. Every share is like lifting a lantern high on a dark road. Every subscription is like adding your voice to a chorus of witnesses. Every comment is like a stone placed in the altar, testifying, "I stand for my crown." Oh, in fact, I invite you now, comment, "Crown stays mine." This is not only a phrase, but a covenant. When you write it, you are declaring, "I will not trade destiny for distraction. I will not let temptation steal what is eternal. I will guard the crown entrusted to me with prayer, faith, and perseverance." There was a man who once lived chasing applause. Every compromise felt small, until one day he realized he had lost himself. But in a moment of surrender, he chose differently. He gave up the counterfeit to reclaim the crown, and his story turned from shame to testimony. His choice echoes into yours. It is never too late to hold fast again. The world will always offer you bargains, power without purity, gain without integrity, crowns of gold that melt in the fire. But you know better. You have walked through too much, endured too long, and seen too clearly to exchange eternal glory for fading glitter. So let your crown shine. Guard it with prayer. Guard it with faithfulness. Guard it with generosity, as you choose to lift others alongside you. For the crown is not just about you, it is about the testimony your life will leave. And when you stand at the finish line, you will not regret the things you surrendered. You will only rejoice that you chose destiny over compromise, the eternal crown over temporary glitter. Your like, your share, your subscription, your gift if you feel led. All these are ways of saying, "I stand with my crown. I choose what lasts. I join the building of a legacy greater than myself." Chosen one, may you never forget, crowns are costly, but they are also glorious, and the one you carry is worth every sacrifice. The crown is not simply a prize for finishing the race, it is evidence that you endured, that you refused to bow when surrender seemed easier. Every scar you carry, every night you pressed forward, every prayer whispered in secret, has been shaping you into one who is worthy to wear it. Think of a runner nearing the end of a marathon. The body aches, the lungs burn, yet the eyes fix on the finish line. The medal they receive is not made of gold alone, it is made of every mile conquered. In the same way, your crown is not only a heavenly reward, it is the embodiment of every step. You chose faith over fear. Hold your crown firmly. Guard it with resolve. For when the final moment comes, wilderness seasons are among the most misunderstood journeys of the chosen ones. They are dry, lonely, and confusing. Everything familiar seems stripped away, and what once brought comfort no longer satisfies. Yet it is in the wilderness that the deepest lessons are written upon your soul. The scriptures remind us in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2, "Remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you, to know your heart." Notice this, the wilderness is not punishment. It is invitation. It is where God draws you away from noise, so his voice becomes unmistakable. Consider Israel's journey after leaving Egypt. They had seen the Red Sea part, watched manna fall from heaven, and witnessed water spring from a rock, and still, their wilderness exposed their hearts. It revealed their doubts, their fears, and their tendency to complain. The desert was never meant to destroy them. It was meant to refine them so they could carry the weight of the promised land. The same is true for you. The wilderness strips away every false support. People you relied on drift away. Routines that once sustained you collapse. And even your own strength seems insufficient. In this emptiness, you discover what truly holds you. The wilderness exposes idols, but also reveals intimacy. It removes distractions so your spirit can finally discern the whisper of God. Imagine a sculptor with a block of stone. The rough edges must be chiseled away before the beauty hidden inside is revealed. Each strike seems harsh, but the artist sees what the stone cannot yet imagine. That is what the wilderness does. It chisels. You may feel like you are losing pieces of yourself, but in truth, you are being shaped into something glorious. There was once a man who spent years in obscurity. He prayed faithfully, served quietly, and felt overlooked. But he did not realize that the silence was preparation. In that wilderness, he learned discipline, humility, and endurance. When the season shifted, he stepped into influence with strength no spotlight could ever give. His hidden years were the very reason he could withstand public responsibility. The wilderness also teaches dependence in abundance. It is easy to trust your own wisdom, your own provision, your own strategy. But in scarcity, you are forced to rely on God's hand, just as manna came daily to Israel. Wilderness. Seasons teach you to seek daily bread, not stockpiles, not guarantees, just enough for today. And in that rhythm, you learn to walk closely with the one who never fails. Think of Elijah under the broom tree, exhausted, ready to quit. He asked God to take his life. Yet in that moment, an angel touched him, offering bread and water. That meal gave him the strength to continue his journey. The wilderness is where heaven meets you with provision that seems small but sustains in ways you cannot explain. Do not despise the wilderness. It may feel barren, but it is holy ground. It is where false identities die and true callings are birthed. It is where self-sufficiency crumbles and divine sufficiency is discovered. It is where the chosen are tested, stretched, and ultimately transformed. Even Jesus walked into the wilderness. For 40 days, he faced hunger, isolation, and the relentless voice of the enemy. Yet he left the wilderness filled with power, ready to declare, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me." His authority was forged in solitude before it was revealed in public. If the Son of God embraced wilderness, how much more must we? Picture a seed planted deep in soil. To the outside world, it looks buried, forgotten, lifeless. But underground, roots are stretching, strength is forming, and life is preparing to break through. That is what your wilderness is doing. It is rooting you deeply, so your future cannot be uprooted easily. Yes, it is hard. Yes, it feels lonely. But the wilderness is not forever. It is a season with purpose. And when it ends, you will emerge not only stronger, but also clearer, humbler, and closer to God than you ever imagined. Chosen one, do not mistake silence for absence. Do not confuse barrenness with abandonment. The wilderness is heaven's classroom, and though the lessons are hard, the graduation is glorious. The wilderness does not last forever, though in the moment it feels endless. Every step under the sun feels heavy. Every night under the stars feels cold. Yet time itself is moving you toward a promised horizon. The desert is not the destination, it is the passage. Think of Joshua and Caleb. They walked through the same wilderness as the rest of Israel, but their hearts held a different vision. While others grumbled about the barrenness, they saw beyond it to the land flowing with milk and honey. Their perspective carried them, and because of that, they entered the promise, while others faded in doubt. Your outlook in the wilderness determines your endurance. The wilderness also carries hidden treasures. Without it, you would never discover the strength that only comes from weakness, the hope that only comes from delay, the intimacy that only comes from isolation. The lessons carved in desert places become the wisdom you carry into fruitful seasons. Imagine walking through a desert at night. The heat has faded, and the sky reveals countless stars. Those stars were always there, but only in the wilderness do you notice them. In the same way, certain aspects of God's character, His comfort, His nearness, His sustaining power, are only fully seen when everything else is stripped away. So let the wilderness shape you, not break you. Let it refine your vision, strengthen your resolve, and deepen your roots. For when you emerge, you will not come out the same. You will rise carrying authority, clarity, and fire that can only be forged in barren places. And when you finally step into promise, you will understand the wilderness was not wasted. It was the womb of destiny. There is a weight that rests on those who carry the calling of a chosen one, and often it comes in the form of isolation, not the kind of isolation that comes from rejection alone, but the deeper kind where you realize that even among people, you are set apart. This is not abandonment, it is consecration. Consecration means being set aside for holy use. Think of vessels in the temple. They were not for common meals or casual gatherings. They were kept for sacred purposes, polished, guarded, and reserved for encounters with the divine. In the same way, your life cannot mirror the crowd. You are not meant to blend into common use. You are set apart for kingdom purpose. The scriptures affirm this in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 21. Those who cleanse themselves from the latter will be instruments for special purposes, made holy, useful to the master, and prepared to do any good work. This is not a casual statement, it is an identity. You are not a leftover utensil in a kitchen drawer, you are a sacred instrument in the hands of the master. Yet consecration comes with cost. To be set apart means to say no more often than others. It means walking away from invitations that seem harmless but would dilute your purity. It means resisting shortcuts that promise quick gain but rob eternal destiny. At times, it feels like loneliness, but in reality, it is alignment. The narrow road often feels empty because only a few choose to walk it. Think of Daniel in Babylon, surrounded by compromise. He chose not to defile himself with the king's food. That choice marked him. He stood out, not for arrogance, but for devotion. And through his consecration, God gave him wisdom, favor, and prophetic insight that shaped empires. The very isolation others mocked became the platform for his authority. There was once a young woman who struggled with the pull to conform. She wanted to fit in, to be accepted, to feel normal. But every time she tried, her spirit resisted. When she finally embraced the call to be different, she discovered peace she had never known. Friends shifted. Opportunities changed. But what she gained was clarity and purpose. Her story echoes the truth. Consecration may cost you company, but it gives you communion with God. Imagine a garden where certain plants must be fenced off, not because they are weak, but because they are rare. They require special soil, careful tending, and protection from trampling. That is your life. You are fenced off not for shame, but for preservation. What God is growing in you cannot be casually exposed. It must be nurtured until it is ready to bloom. Consecration also purifies motives. In ordinary life, it is easy to seek applause, validation, or comfort. But in seasons of being set apart, these false desires are stripped away. What remains is a heart that seeks God for God's sake, not for what He gives. This purity of desire is what qualifies you to carry greater authority. Think of gold refined in fire. Melting removes impurities, leaving the metal more brilliant, more valuable. Consecration is that fire. It burns away selfish ambition, shallow faith, and hidden pride, until what remains is faith that cannot be bought or broken. But consecration is not only about what you avoid, it is about what you gain. You gain clarity in hearing God's voice. You gain strength to withstand storms others cannot. You gain the trust of heaven, which entrusts you with secrets and assignments not given to the crowd. Even Jesus lived a life of consecration before his ministry. He withdrew into solitude, fasting and praying. Throughout his journey, he often retreated to lonely places to commune with the Father. If the Son of God required consecration, how much more do those marked by his name? So do not resent your separation. Do not see it as rejection. Embrace it as preparation. You are not less because you walk alone. At times you are more because you walk closely with the one who called you. Consecration is not forever isolation. In due time, the set-apart vessel is brought forward, filled, and poured out for its intended purpose. You will not remain hidden forever, but when you are revealed, the world will see not a common life, but a consecrated one, burning with purity, carrying weight, and marked by divine authority. Consecration often feels like delay, but in truth, it is acceleration in disguise. While others seem to be moving quickly in their pursuits, you are being rooted, and roots, though invisible, determine the strength and longevity of the tree. Shallow roots may grow fast, but topple in storms. Deep roots may take time, but they ensure survival when winds rage. Your consecration is your rooting. Think of Samuel, dedicated by his mother Hannah to the temple from childhood. While other children played freely, he grew up in the house of God, learning the ways of his presence. That consecrated life positioned him to hear the voice of the Lord at a time when the word of the Lord was rare. His separation was not loss, it was preparation for prophetic authority. So too with you. Every no you have spoken to compromise is actually a yes to destiny. Every lonely night has been a classroom for hearing the whisper of God. Every missed opportunity in the world has been replaced by unseen favor in heaven. Do not measure your journey against others. Their pace is not yours, because their calling is not yours. You are being shaped for something higher, something weightier, something lasting. In time, consecration gives way to commissioning. What feels hidden now will one day be revealed. And when it is, the world will see not a diluted vessel, but a purified one, and they will recognize this life has been with God. Every so often, heaven interrupts your life with a reminder. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are being counted, measured, and marked for a purpose greater than yourself. Numbers are not accidents in the kingdom. They are patterns, codes, and confirmations of divine order. Throughout Scripture, numbers carry weight. 3 speaks of divine completeness. 12 represents government and authority. 40 reveals testing and preparation. Numbers are not only arithmetic, they are prophetic. They whisper that life is not chaos, but design. The Book of Psalms, chapter 90, verse 12, declares, "Teach us to number our days, that we may gain a heart of wisdom." This is more than a request to count time. It is a call to live intentionally, to recognize that every day holds meaning in the great tapestry of eternity. Chosen one. You have felt it before. You look at the clock, and the same digits appear again and again. You notice a sequence repeating in receipts, addresses, or dates, and deep within, you know, this is not coincidence. This is heaven placing a marker along your path, whispering, "I am here. Pay attention." There was a man who kept seeing the same number during his hardest season. At first, he dismissed it as his mind playing tricks. But the more it appeared, the more he realized it was divine comfort. God was reminding him that he was not forgotten. Every time the number surfaced, his faith was lifted, and he pressed forward with hope. Numbers are anchors. They remind you that your steps are ordered. They declare that nothing is wasted. They reveal that even when life feels scattered, God is weaving a pattern. And today, I call you to respond with a prophetic act. Comment 4,444. Why this number? Because 4 is the number of stability, of foundation, of creation itself. 4 corners of the earth, 4 winds of heaven, 4 seasons shaping the rhythm of time. When repeated 4 times, it is the declaration of unshakable establishment, of a foundation so strong it cannot be moved. By writing 4,444, you are declaring, "My life is being built on solid ground. My foundation is not sand, it is stone. My destiny is not fragile, it is anchored in eternity." You are choosing stability over chaos, order over disorder, divine alignment over human confusion. Think of a house. No matter how beautiful its design, if the foundation is weak, storms will ruin it. But when the foundation is solid, the house can endure winds, floods, and fire. That is what 4,444 symbolizes. It is God Himself strengthening the foundation of your life, so you can endure whatever storms arise. Picture also the 4 living creatures described in Revelation, each carrying the glory of God, positioned around His throne. They represent the fullness of creation, bearing witness to the one who reigns. 4 speaks of completeness on earth. 4 repeated is the echo of heaven's assurance. Your life is under divine order, not random chaos. There was once a young woman who faced instability her whole life. Homes shifted, relationships broke, jobs ended, nothing seemed steady. But when she embraced the word of stability, she found peace. She realized that though her circumstances changed, her God did not. And slowly, the foundation beneath her life grew strong. Today, she testifies that what once was fragile is now unshakable. Her story mirrors what 4,444 represents: firm foundation. Do not underestimate the power of this number. By aligning with it, you are declaring that no storm will uproot you. No lie will shake you. No fear will destroy you. You are planted like a tree beside still waters. Roots deep, branches wide, free unending. The repetition of 4,444 is not superstition, it is surrender. It is saying, Lord, I trust you to establish me, to steady me, to anchor me. And when heaven hears that declaration, angels are dispatched, circumstances shift, and stability begins to surround your steps. Think of a compass pointing north. No matter how you turn it, the needle aligns. That is what this season is: alignment with divine direction. 4 is the cardinal points of the compass: north, south, east, west. By embracing 4,444, you are declaring that every direction of your life belongs to Him. The truth is this: chosen ones cannot build on weak soil. You are called to establish something that outlasts you: faith, legacy, testimony that requires depth, strength, and stability. And heaven has marked you with it. So when you comment 4,444, do not type it casually. See it as a covenant. Let it remind you that your life is not drifting, it is being built. Your foundation is not shallow, it is eternal. Your destiny is not fragile, it is secure. Chosen one. Stability is your portion. Firm ground is your inheritance. And 4,444 is your prophetic marker that God Himself is laying the foundation stone under your feet. Stand tall. Stand steady. Stand unshakable. For you are not building in vain, you are being established for glory. Stability does not mean the absence of storms, it means endurance through them. When the winds rage and the rains pour, the house with a firm foundation stands tall. That is the promise attached to your life. 4,444 is not a shield against trials. It is the assurance that trials will not consume you. Think of Peter walking on water. As long as his eyes were fixed on Jesus, he stood firm on what should have drowned him. The moment he looked to the waves, he sank. Foundation is not about what surrounds you. It is about where your gaze is fixed. 4,444 calls you to steady your eyes, anchor your faith, and refuse to let shifting circumstances shake eternal truths. And beyond yourself, stability becomes a gift to others. When your life is unshakable, you become a refuge for those tossed by storms. Your roots give them shade. Your strength gives them courage. Your testimony gives them hope. This is the legacy of 4,444. Stability multiplied through you. There is a mystery about fire that has followed humanity since the beginning. Fire can destroy, but fire can also refine. It can consume forests, yet it can also forge steel. For the chosen ones, fire is not sent to ruin, but to reveal. It is through the flames that what is pure emerges, and what is false is burned away. The scriptures proclaim in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7, "These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold, though your faith is far more precious than mere gold. Notice this: faith is not proved in comfort but in fire. Think of goldsmiths at work. Raw gold contains impurities, invisible to the eye. Only when it is placed in fire do the flaws surface, rising to the top where they can be removed. Each time the gold is heated, it becomes purer, more radiant, more valuable. The fire does not destroy the gold, it defines it. In the same way, your trials are not meant to ruin you, but to reveal the faith already planted in your heart. Consider Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Babylon. They refused to bow to an idol and were thrown into a blazing furnace. To human eyes, it looked like their end. Yet within the flames, another figure appeared, one like the Son of God. The fire that was meant to consume them became the very place of encounter. When they walked out, not even the smell of smoke clung to their clothes. That is the promise for you. The fire will not leave you smelling of ashes, but shining with glory. There was once a woman who walked through relentless hardship, loss of family, financial ruin, and illness. To her, it felt like fire on every side, yet she clung to faith, whispering prayers when words failed her. Over time, those flames stripped away her fears and left behind a strength she never imagined. When she shared her story, others found courage in their own fires. Her life became proof that what is forged in flames carries authority beyond words. The fire you face today may feel unbearable, but hidden within it is transformation. Fire tests motive, burns away pride, and strengthens what is eternal. It exposes what cannot last and proves what cannot fail. Without the fire, faith remains theory. With the fire, faith becomes testimony. Imagine pottery in a kiln. Clay shaped by the potter is fragile until it is fired. Only through the heat does it gain strength to hold water, to serve its purpose. Without fire, the vessel crumbles easily. With fire, it becomes useful, durable, enduring. You are that vessel. The fire is not punishment, it is preparation. Even Jesus spoke of fire. He said in the Gospel of Luke, "I have come to bring fire on the earth, and how I wish it were already kindled." His mission was not only to comfort, but to ignite, to refine hearts until they burned with holy passion. To follow him is to embrace the flames of transformation. Do not despise your fiery trials. They are not a sign of abandonment, but of intimacy. God entrusts fire only to those he intends to refine. It is his way of proving you are ready for more. Think of a forest after a wildfire. At first, the ground looks barren, blackened, destroyed, but within months, green shoots emerge. Seeds that could only open under intense heat now begin to sprout. New growth appears where flames once raged. The fire did not end the forest, it renewed it. So it will be with your life. Your faith may tremble in the heat, but it will not fail. For the same God who walked with the 3 Hebrews in Babylon walks with you now. His presence is the shield within the flames, ensuring that you are refined, not ruined. So let the fire come. Let it burn away what is false. Let it expose what is real. Let it prepare you for greater things. For chosen ones are not destroyed by flames, they are revealed by them. One day, You will look back at this season not with bitterness, but with gratitude. You will see that without the fire, you would not have become who you are now. The ashes will give way to beauty, the tears to joy, the weakness to unshakable strength. And when others ask how you endured, your answer will carry the weight of authenticity. I passed through the fire, and it changed me forever. Fire also awakens passion. The same flames that test your endurance also ignite your heart with a holy urgency. After passing through fire, you no longer settle for mediocrity. You no longer desire shallow pursuits. You burn for what is eternal, because only what is eternal survives the heat. Think of Isaiah's vision in the temple. A seraph took a live coal from the altar and touched his lips, declaring, "Your guilt is taken away and your sin atoned for." That moment of fire did not destroy Isaiah, it purified him. And immediately after, he heard God's call, "Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" Fire purified, then commissioned. Your fire is doing the same. The flames you endure now are not random. They are holy coals, preparing your mouth to carry truth, your heart to carry compassion, your hands to carry authority. Without fire, you might speak lightly of things, but after fire, every word becomes weighty. Every act becomes meaningful. So do not fear what burns. Embrace it as sacred. For when you emerge, you will not only shine, you will blaze. And your light will guide others who still stand trembling at the edge of their own furnace, wondering if they can survive. Your life will prove to them that they can. There comes a point in the journey of every chosen one where you realize you are not carrying light only for yourself, you are carrying it for those who will walk after you. Destiny is not private property. It is an inheritance meant to be shared. And when God places a torch in your hands, He intends for that flame to multiply. The scriptures remind us in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven." Light was never meant to be hidden. It was meant to illuminate, to inspire, to draw others toward the source. Think of a lighthouse. It does not move from ship to ship, whispering directions in secret. It stands tall on the shore, steady and unshakable, its beam cutting through fog and storm. Sailors who have never met the keeper still find their way home because of its glow. That is your life, a steady light that others can navigate by. But every lighthouse needs oil for the flame. Without oil, the lamp flickers and the beam fades. And this is where your role expands beyond receiving. Your like, your share, your subscription. These are streams of oil poured into the lamp, ensuring that the flame does not die. Every act of engagement adds fuel, extending the reach, so more wandering hearts can see the light. And for those who feel stirred more deeply, there is another invitation. Your donation is not demanded, it is devotion. It is like carrying a jar of oil up to the lighthouse keeper and saying, "Let this lamp burn brighter tonight." It is like planting a seed in soil you may never walk upon, knowing that one day, fruit will grow to feed the hungry. Generosity is never forced, it is always free. Just as rain falls willingly from the sky, your giving flows out of gratitude, not obligation. It is the beauty of saying, "I want this light that reached me to reach someone else too." Imagine a single drop falling into still water. The rings expand outward, touching places far beyond the point of impact. That is what your support does, whether through a simple share or a heartfelt gift. It sends ripples of light farther than your eyes can follow. There was once a man who stumbled upon a message that shifted his entire life. He found it not because he was searching, but because someone else had shared it. That one act of sharing became the bridge between despair and hope for him. Later, he said, "I don't even know who clicked that share button, but they saved my life." This is why your small actions matter. They are seeds of destiny in someone else's story. And for the one who gives financially, think of yourself as a gardener planting trees in an orchard. You may not eat from every tree, but generations after, you will find shade, fruit, and rest under what you chose to plant. Your generosity is not lost, it is legacy. Even if you cannot give money, your presence still fuels the fire. Every subscription is like adding another log to the flame. Every share is like opening a window, so light floods into a darkened room. Every like is like striking a match that adds to the glow. None of it is wasted. The Spirit is reminding you, you are part of a larger story. A story not written in isolation, but in unity, a tapestry where every thread, no matter how small, contributes to the masterpiece. And here is the beauty. When you give, whether with a click, a word, or a gift, you are not only fueling light, you are becoming light. You join the company of torchbearers, chosen ones who refuse to let darkness have the final word. So let your response today be free, joyful, and heartfelt. Let it be like a candle lifted high, like a seed sown in hope, like oil poured out for fire that will never die. Your like, your share, your subscription, your donation, if you feel led. These are not conditions, but choices of love. They are offerings of light, shaping a world that desperately needs to see. Chosen one, your torch matters, your oil matters, and together, our flames will blaze across horizons, guiding countless souls home to the Father. Light grows strongest when it is shared. A single candle in a dark room changes the atmosphere, but when many candles are lit together, the room becomes unrecognizable. Shadows retreat, warmth fills the air, and vision is restored. That is what happens when chosen ones respond as one. Every action, no matter how small, joins into a chorus of light that darkness cannot silence. Think of the early church in the book of Acts. They did not have technology, microphones, or platforms. What they had was unity. They shared what they had. They prayed together. They carried one another's burdens. And because of that, their light spread from house to house, city to city, until the world itself was shaken. Their strength was not in numbers alone, but in the oil they poured into one another's lamps. This same Spirit is alive now. When you choose to fuel the flame through your time, your words, your gifts, you are not only building this moment, you are joining a movement. You are saying, I refuse to let my generation stumble in the dark. I will keep the lamp burning, even if all I can give is a single drop of oil. And here is the promise. God takes what feels small and multiplies it. A few loaves and fish fed thousands. A widow's 2 coins were called greater than the riches of the wealthy. Your act of generosity, whether visible or hidden, becomes mighty when placed in His hands. So let your flame shine. Let your oil flow. For in eternity, you will see the faces of those who found their way because you chose to keep the light alive. There are seasons when the storm feels louder than your faith, when waves rise higher than your hope, and when the wind seems determined to break you. Yet storms, for the chosen ones, are not signs of abandonment. They are classrooms of authority. Every storm you survive becomes proof of who walks with you, and every storm you endure strengthens your ability to calm the seas for others. The scriptures declare in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, verse 39, "He got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, 'Quiet, be still.' Then the wind died down, and it was completely calm." Notice that Jesus did not only endure the storm, he silenced it. And that same authority has been entrusted to you, chosen one. You have faced storms that should have drowned you, betrayals that cut deep, losses that shook you, nights when despair pressed in like crashing waves. And yet, you are still here, still standing, still chosen. This is not weakness, it is testimony. There was a man who endured the loss of everything he built. Business collapsed, friendships dissolved, health declined. For years, he walked through a storm that seemed unending. But in the middle of his darkest night, he heard a whisper, "You are not alone in the boat." Slowly, he found peace, and though the storm still raged, he discovered calm within. That calm became his anchor, and in time, the waves subsided. His story reflects yours. Storms do not define you, they refine you. Think of Peter stepping out of the boat. The sea was wild, the wind fierce. But for a moment, he walked on water. What sustained him was not the strength of his legs, but the focus of his gaze. The storm did not stop his perspective, shifted. When your eyes lock onto the one who commands the sea, the storm loses its power to terrify. Imagine a tree in a hurricane. Branches may bend, leaves may scatter, but if the roots are deep, the tree stands. You are that tree. Your roots have been driven deeper through every storm, and what looked like weakness has become hidden strength. Others may not see it, but heaven does. The truth is this: storms are temporary, but the strength they build lasts forever. The winds howl for a night, but morning always comes. The waves crash with fury, but they eventually fall back into stillness. And each time you endure, your faith grows louder than the storm itself. Chosen ones are not called to avoid storms, but to master them. You are not fragile, you are forged. You are not at the mercy of the sea, you are carried by the one who commands it. And here is your prophetic response. Comment: storms don't win. No. Why this phrase? Because it is more than a sentence, it is a declaration. When you write it, you are saying, "My trials will not destroy me. My losses will not define me. My storms may rage, but they will not win." You are taking authority, not only over your own seas, but as an intercession for others still battling theirs. Think of the disciples in the boat. Their fear was so loud, they forgot who was with them. But when Jesus calmed the storm, their perspective shifted. Even the wind and the waves obey him. In that moment, they realized storms were never the threat. Forgetting his presence was. There was once a young woman who felt her storm would never end. Depression weighed like an anchor. Anxiety crashed like waves. But each morning she whispered, "Storms don't win. Those 3 words became her lifeline. Over time, peace returned. Strength grew, and what once felt impossible became her testimony. Today, she helps others facing storms, reminding them of the same truth. Storms, for the chosen, are opportunities. They test your anchor, but they also reveal it. Without storms, you might never know how strong your faith truly is. Without storms, you might never discover the authority you carry to speak peace into chaos and beyond yourself. Storms train you to carry calm for others. When someone else trembles in fear, you can say, "I know the sea. I've walked through the wind, and I can promise you, storms don't win." So let your voice rise today. Declare it in faith. Comment it not as a ritual, but as covenant. With those words, you step into alignment with heaven's promise. No storm is greater than the one who commands it, and no storm will have the final word over your life. You will endure, you will overcome, and in time, you will look back and see that the very storm meant to break you only revealed how unshakable you truly are. Storms also serve as divine messengers. They shake what is unstable so that what is unshakable remains. The disciples once feared the storm on the Sea of Galilee, but without that storm, they would not have witnessed the authority of Jesus to silence the wind. Your storms have the same purpose, to reveal the one who never leaves your side. Think of Job. Everything he had was swept away like a house in a whirlwind. Yet through his storm, he declared, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust him." The storm stripped him of comfort, but deepened his faith. In the end, Job received double of what he had lost. The storm did not win, faith did. So, chosen one, when you whisper, "Storms don't win," you are not denying the reality of the waves. You are declaring the truth above them. You are standing in the eye of chaos and aligning with heaven's decree. The storm is loud, but it is not final. Peace is stronger. Presence is nearer. Victory is already written. The storm will pass. The strength will remain. Waiting is one of the hardest assignments for the chosen ones. Action feels natural: fighting, praying, building, moving forward. But waiting feels like stillness in a world that never stops moving. And yet, it is in waiting that some of the deepest works of God are done in the human heart. The scriptures remind us in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31, "But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." Notice the sequence. Waiting comes before soaring. Strength is not renewed in the rush, but in the pause. Waiting seasons are not wasted time. They are sacred classrooms. Think of David, anointed as king in his youth. He did not step into the throne immediately. Instead, he spent years tending sheep, fleeing from Saul, hiding in caves. To others, it looked like delay, but in truth, it was preparation. The wilderness trained his hands for war, his heart for worship, and his spirit for leadership. By the time he reached the throne, he carried not just a crown, but the character to sustain it. The same is true for you. Your waiting is not empty, it is shaping. Each day that feels uneventful is chiseling patience, endurance, and wisdom into you. What seems like silence is often God's careful work. arranging details you cannot yet see. Imagine a seed buried in soil. To the eye, nothing is happening. Days pass, and the ground looks the same. But beneath the surface, roots are spreading, life is stirring, and foundations are forming. Without that hidden work, the sprout could never survive the winds. In the same way, your hidden season is not inactivity, it is essential growth. There was a young woman who longed for breakthrough. She prayed, fasted, and wept. But the answer did not come. For years, she lived in what felt like divine silence. Yet during that time, her heart learned to rely not on outcomes but on presence. She discovered joy in worship without reward, peace in prayer without answers. And when her breakthrough finally came, she was no longer desperate for it. She was prepared to steward it. Waiting seasons are also tests of trust. When nothing changes, will you still believe? When doors remain closed, will you still knock? When prayers seem unanswered, will you still lift your voice? These moments prove whether your faith is rooted in circumstances or in the unchanging nature of God. Think of Abraham, promised a son. He waited decades before Isaac was born. Every passing year tested his faith, and though he stumbled, he continued to trust the one who had spoken. His waiting became the canvas for one of the greatest miracles in Scripture. Waiting also purifies desires. In haste, we often cling to blessings for our own satisfaction. But in waiting, selfish motives fade. By the time the promise arrives, our hearts long, not just for the gift, but for the giver. The blessing becomes a tool for worship, not an idol for distraction. Picture an artist painting a masterpiece. From up close, the brush strokes may seem random, colors clashing, lines without sense. But step back, and the design emerges. That is waiting. You are too close to see the full picture. But every stroke is part of something beautiful. Even Jesus understood waiting. For 30 years he lived in obscurity before stepping into public ministry. 30 years of silence, of ordinary days, of hidden growth. And when the time came, he was ready. His waiting was not wasted. It was preparation for 3 years that changed eternity. So, do not despise this season. Waiting is not punishment. It is God's mercy, ensuring that, when the promise comes, you are able to hold it. A premature blessing can crush, but a matured heart can carry it with grace. Chosen one, let waiting be your altar. Worship in it. Learn from it. Rest in it. For in the unseen stillness, heaven is at work. And when the time comes, you will soar not weary, not faint, but strong, steady, and ready. Waiting seasons also sharpen your hearing. When the noise of activity fades, the whispers of heaven become clearer. Many miss God's voice because they are rushing from one moment to the next, never still long enough to listen. But in waiting, silence becomes your teacher, and you learn to discern the subtle leading of the Spirit. Think of Elijah on Mount Horeb. He expected God in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. Yet the Lord came in a gentle whisper. Had Elijah not been still, he would have missed it. Your waiting places you in the same posture, sensitive, alert, attentive to the whisper that others overlook. Waiting also transforms your identity. At the beginning, you may enter restless, anxious, feeling forgotten. But as days and months pass, something shifts. You learn patience. You grow in humility. You discover strength you never knew you had. By the time the promise arrives, you are not the same person who first asked for it. You are wiser, deeper, stronger. There was once a man who prayed for years for a door to open in his career. Frustration nearly broke him, but in the waiting, he discovered new skills, deeper faith, and a heart more compassionate for others. When the opportunity finally came, he was not just ready to step into it, he was ready to serve others through it. His delay had not been denial, but development. So see your waiting, not as wasted years, but as sacred investment. God is building roots, sharpening vision, and preparing you for heights you cannot yet imagine. And when the day comes, you will not only walk into promise, you will walk into it with unshakable confidence, knowing that waiting was the very tool that made you ready. Every chosen one eventually encounters the valley. It is not the mountaintop of celebration, nor the wilderness of preparation, but the deep place where shadows stretch long and the weight of sorrow presses close. The valley is not a punishment, it is a path. All who are marked for destiny must walk through it, because valleys reveal dimensions of God that the heights cannot. The Psalms give us this assurance in chapter 23, verse 4. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. Notice that David does not say, if I walk through the valley, but when valleys are certain, yet so is God's presence within them. The valley is where illusions of control are stripped away. On the mountaintop, it is easy to feel strong, to believe you can carry yourself. But in the valley, when darkness looms and strength fades, you discover that survival does not come from your own power, but from the shepherd who walks beside you. His rod defends, his staff guides, and his presence becomes your peace. Consider Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned unjustly. For years, he walked through valley after valley, yet in each one, God was present, shaping him, refining him, preparing him for the palace. Without the valley, Joseph would never have carried the wisdom and humility needed to save nations. There was once a woman who endured years of illness, days filled with pain and nights heavy with questions. She called her life a valley of shadows, yet in her weakness, she discovered a strength not her own. She learned to sense God's nearness in small mercies, a kind word, a moment of relief, a sunrise through her window. Her valley did not erase the pain, but it revealed a presence deeper than suffering. Imagine walking through a canyon. The walls rise high, blocking light, and the path feels narrow, yet valleys, by their very design, hold rivers. Water flows at the lowest places. What looks barren from above is often a place of hidden refreshment. That is why valleys, though painful, are also places of provision. God meets you there with sustenance you would never taste on the heights. The valley is also where empathy is born. Until you walk through shadows, you cannot truly comfort others in theirs. But once you have endured, your words carry weight. Your testimony becomes a lantern for those still stumbling in darkness. Pain shared becomes hope multiplied. Think of Jesus in Gethsemane. The valley of his anguish pressed so deeply that his sweat became like drops of blood. Yet it was there that he surrendered fully to the Father's will. Not my will, but yours be done. The valley revealed his humanity, but it also displayed his obedience. And through that valley, salvation was birthed for the world. Valleys do not mean abandonment. They mean intimacy. They mean God is so near that his whisper can reach you in the silence. They mean you are being shaped, not destroyed. They mean the shadow you fear has no power to consume you, because the light of his presence is greater still. Picture a shepherd leading sheep through a dark ravine. The sheep may tremble, uncertain of the way, but the shepherd's staff nudges them forward. His rod drives away predators, and his voice calms their panic. The valley may look deadly, but it is often the safest path to green pastures. The same is true for you. What feels like danger may actually be the route to destiny. Even Paul wrote of this mystery, saying, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Valleys press, but they do not destroy. They confuse, but they do not consume. They hurt, but they do not have the final word. Your valley, chosen one, is holy ground. Do not despise it. Walk it with courage, knowing that every step is watched, every tear counted, every sigh heard. And when you emerge, you will carry treasures found only in shadows, faith unshakable, compassion unmeasured, and a testimony that shines brightest after night. The valley will not last forever. Shadows stretch only while the sun is hidden. Morning always comes, and when it does, the valley gives way to new heights. Until then, walk steadily, hold fast, and remember, the shepherd is with you, always. Valleys also teach perspective. When you stand on the mountain, the view is broad but distant. In the valley, the view is narrow but intimate. You see details you would have missed from above: the texture of the path, the sound of the stream, the nearness of the shepherd's footsteps. What feels like limitation is often invitation to look closer. Think of Ruth. Her valley was marked by loss, husband gone, future uncertain, identity shaken. Yet in that valley, she chose faithfulness. Where you go, I will go. Your people will be my people. Your God, my God. Her valley led her to Boaz, and through her lineage came David, and ultimately Christ. What looked like despair became the doorway to destiny. Valleys also strip away noise. Crowds rarely gather in low places, and though the loneliness aches, it is there you learn to recognize God's voice more clearly. What once felt like isolation becomes communion, because there are no other voices loud enough to compete. So, chosen one, do not curse the valley. Let it teach you to listen, to notice, to trust. Let it show you the strength of roots and the sweetness of hidden streams. For when you rise again to higher ground, you will carry treasures that only grow in shadow. The valley is not the end of your story. It is the soil where your faith grows deepest. And from that depth will rise fruit that others will one day taste and call good. There are moments when heaven calls you to mark your alignment, not with words alone, but with symbols, signs that carry meaning far beyond their surface. Numbers are one of these signs woven into creation, embedded in Scripture, and scattered like breadcrumbs along your journey. They remind you that nothing in your life is random, that every step is counted, every season measured, every breath known. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. If all things work together, then even the patterns you notice, even the numbers are not accidents. They are signals that you are seen, guided, and anchored in divine order. Chosen one. You have seen them before. A number appearing again and again on clocks, receipts, or addresses. At first, it felt small, meaningless, but something in your spirit stirred, whispering, "This is not coincidence. Pay attention." Heaven was placing markers along your path, reassuring you that you are walking inside a story already written. Numbers have always spoken. 3 days in the tomb before resurrection, 12 disciples to establish the kingdom, 7 days to create the world. Numbers are the language of order, the rhythm of eternity echoing through time. And today, I invite you to anchor this truth with a prophetic act. Comment 222. Why this number? Because 2 is the number of witness, of agreement, of confirmation. By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every matter shall be established. When it is tripled 222, it becomes a declaration that heaven, earth, and your spirit are in alignment. It is covenant, confirmation, and clarity converging. Imagine a courtroom where one person's word feels weak, but when 2 agree, the truth is confirmed. And when 3 stand together, the decision cannot be overturned. That is what 222 represents. You are not standing alone. Heaven testifies. Your spirit agrees. And creation bears witness. You are chosen, established, unshakable. There was once a man who doubted his calling. He felt uncertain, questioning whether he had truly heard God's voice. But everywhere he turned, he saw 222. It became his confirmation that he was not imagining things. God was establishing his steps, confirming his purpose. The number silenced doubt and gave him courage to walk forward. Think also of 2 walking together, as in Amos 3. Can 2 walk together unless they agree? When you declare 222, you are saying, I walk in agreement with heaven. My life is not out of sync. It is aligned with divine rhythm. Your comment today is not superstition. It is surrender. It is choosing to declare, I am in alignment. My steps are confirmed. My calling is established by more than my feelings. It is witnessed by heaven itself. Picture 3 cords woven into a rope. Each strand alone could fray, but together they are unbreakable. That is 222, the witness of heaven, the grounding of earth, and your surrendered heart woven together into strength that cannot be undone. So let 222 be your declaration today. Let it remind you that you are not lost, not uncertain, not alone. You are aligned. You are confirmed. You are established. Chosen one. Take courage. 222 is not just a number. It is your reminder that God Himself is your witness, that your steps are confirmed, and that your destiny stands firm. 222 also carries the whisper of balance. Life often pulls you in different directions, dreams pulling one way, responsibilities another, faith in tension with fear. But when heaven highlights 222, it is declaring that balance will come. You are not meant to live torn apart. You are meant to live aligned, steady, and whole. Think of Noah. He did not build the ark with random pieces. Everything was measured in pairs. A testimony of order and preservation, 2 by 2. The animals entered, and through that pattern, life was sustained. In the same way, 222 reminds you that God is not chaotic. He is ordering even the details of your life for preservation and future fruitfulness. 222 also speaks of partnership. Destiny is rarely carried alone. Moses had Aaron. David had Jonathan. Paul had Barnabas. When you see 222, it is a sign that God is sending or confirming divine partnerships, people who will strengthen you, walk with you, and witness to the call upon your life. Do not despise this number. It may be the reminder that you are about to step into covenantal relationships that will guard your journey. Picture a bridge held by twin arches. Alone, one arch might crumble under weight, but together, they bear the load with ease. That is the power of 222. Agreement multiplies strength. When heaven aligns with your heart, and the right people align with your steps, the weight you once carried alone becomes shared, and the road forward becomes possible. So, chosen one, let 222 be more than a symbol. Let it be a daily reminder. You are in balance. You are in agreement. You are not walking alone. This number marks you not with fragility, but with confirmation. Your life is witnessed. Your calling is real. And your foundation is secure. Even in moments when doubt whispers louder than faith, 222 is a gentle reassurance. You are not mistaken. You are not forgotten. You are not off course. It is the echo of heaven's agreement over your life. Just as two hands come together in prayer, 222 signifies the meeting of your weakness with God's strength, your question with His answer, your step with His path. Think of the sunrise, light and shadow meeting, yet in harmony, announcing a new day. That is 222, a sign of transition, of movement from uncertainty into clarity. Receive it not as coincidence, but as covenant. Let it remind you that your journey is sealed, confirmed, and carried by divine witness. Every flame that burns brightly requires fuel. Even the purest fire, left untended, will eventually fade. In the same way, the calling on your life, this message you hear, the light you carry requires intentional care to keep shining. You are not here to flicker briefly. You are here to burn steadily until your purpose is fulfilled. The scriptures remind us in the book of Leviticus, chapter 6, verse 13, the fire must be kept burning on the altar continuously. It must not go out. This verse was not about convenience, it was about covenant. A fire burning without ceasing was the sign that God's presence had not departed, that His people were still in alignment with Him. Chosen. 1. Your life is that altar. The fire on it must not go out. But just like in the days of old, it requires fresh wood, fresh oil, fresh sacrifice. And here is where you step into the picture. You're like your share, your subscription are acts of tending the flame. They are not empty clicks, they are the fresh wood that keeps this fire spreading, ensuring that it does not burn only in your life, but in countless others across the earth. Think of a campfire surrounded by travelers. When one adds a branch, the flame grows brighter, giving warmth to all. No one person carries the whole burden. The fire thrives because each contributes what they can. That is what your engagement does. It keeps the circle of light strong. And for some, the Spirit whispers a deeper call, your donation. If you feel led, is not demanded, it is devotion. It is the oil poured into the lamp so the flame does not dim. It is like adding a stone to a lighthouse so it can stand taller against the storm, guiding more ships safely to shore. Giving is not payment, it is participation. It is saying, I want this light that touched me to touch someone else too. There was once a woman who found herself healed by a message that arrived at just the right time. Grateful. She decided to give, not because she was asked, but because her heart longed to see others experience what she had. Later, she discovered that her gift had helped expand the reach of that very message, leading to countless testimonies. Her offering was not money alone, it was a ripple of grace flowing outward. Generosity, when born from freedom, is one of the most beautiful fruits of love. Think of rain falling over a dry field. The soil does not demand it. Yet when the rain comes, life bursts forth. Your giving is like that rain. It awakens seeds in places you may never see, producing fruit that others will one day harvest. And if today all you can give is a small action, know this: every subscription is like placing another stone into a strong wall. Every share is like opening a window for light to flood into someone's darkened room. Every like is like striking a match that joins 1,000 others, igniting a blaze. Your choice is never wasted. Even the smallest offering carries weight in the hands of God. Just as Jesus multiplied 5 loaves and 2 fish to feed thousands, He takes your small seed and makes it enough to sustain a multitude. So, chosen one, hear this clearly. There is no pressure here, no demand, no condition, only invitation. You are free to step in as you feel led, free to give what resonates with your heart, whether wood, oil, rain, or seed. Your act, however small, is sacred. Imagine walking through a dark forest with a lantern, alone. The glow is small, barely illuminating the path. But when others lift their lanterns beside you, the forest brightens, and fear gives way to courage. That is the power of unity, and that is the invitation before you, to add your flame, your oil, your seed, so that the light spreads farther than you could ever reach alone. So let your response today be filled not with duty, but with joy. Let it be like a song sung from the heart, like a candle lifted high, like a river flowing freely. Your like, your share, your subscription, your donation. If you choose, these are not obligations, but offerings of light. They are choices of love, joining heaven's work to bring hope to a weary world. Chosen one, you are part of this flame, and together, we will ensure it never goes out. Every act of support is like sound added to a melody. Alone, it is small, almost unnoticed. But when combined with countless others, it becomes a harmony that fills the air, impossible to ignore. Your like is a single note, Yet when joined with others, it becomes a song of encouragement echoing across the earth. Think also of sharing. A share is like carrying a torch and passing it to another runner in a great relay. The flame does not weaken. As it is handed on, it multiplies, ensuring the light never dies, but continues its course through new hands and new hearts. And what of subscribing? A subscription is like planting your roots beside a flowing river. It is not a momentary act, but a choice to stay connected, to draw nourishment again and again, so that you grow strong and steady over time. Finally, generosity. When you donate, you are like a gardener placing a seed into rich soil. At first, it seems small, even hidden, but in time, it grows into a tree. Birds will rest in its branches, weary travelers will find shade beneath it, and fruit will nourish those who never knew your name. These images remind you that every response, small or large, is alive with meaning. Nothing is wasted in God's hands. The note becomes music. The flame becomes a blaze. The seed becomes a harvest. And all of it begins when chosen ones like you decide, I will add my part to the song, the flame, the river, the garden. There is a line every chosen one must face, the moment where you decide to step fully into identity or remain standing at the edge, hesitant and unsure. Destiny does not unfold by accident. It unfolds through declaration, through agreement, through courage to say with your own mouth what heaven already knows about you. The scriptures affirm this in the book of James, chapter 3, verse 10. Out of the same mouth come praise and cursing. My brothers and sisters, this should not be. Words shape reality. What you speak carries weight. If curses can bind, then declarations of faith can break chains and open doors. Chosen one. This is why your voice matters. Silence is not neutral. It is agreement with shadows. But when you speak truth, when you write it, when you declare it, the atmosphere shifts. Demons flee. Fear trembles. Angels respond. Your own heart awakens. There was a young man who battled self-doubt his entire life. He saw himself as weak, unworthy, invisible. But one day, he began speaking differently. Each morning, he whispered promises of scripture over himself. I am strong. I am chosen. I am not abandoned. Slowly, his perspective shifted. His life did not change overnight, but his spirit did. The declarations he once barely believed became his new reality. His story is proof. When you speak truth, your life begins to align with it. This is why, today, I invite you to respond not only by listening, but by declaring, comment, I step out. No. Why these words? Because stepping out is the action of faith. It is leaving the boat like Peter, daring to walk on water, though the waves roar. It is exiting the tomb like Lazarus, shedding grave clothes for garments of life. It is refusing to remain bound by fear, doubt, or past mistakes. When you type I step out, you are proclaiming, I refuse to stay hidden. I will not linger in hesitation. I am moving from shadow to light, from silence to declaration, from waiting to walking. Think of a bird finally breaking free from its shell. The shell was never evil. It was necessary for a time. But staying inside too long means death. Life requires breaking out, So it is with you, the shell of comfort. Fear or delay must crack, because your wings were made to stretch. There was a woman who carried dreams in silence for years. Fear of failure and fear of judgment kept her caged. But the day she whispered, "I step out," everything changed. She began sharing her story, using her gifts, and walking boldly. The world did not suddenly grow easy, but her spirit grew strong. Her declaration became the turning point. So write it, declare it, believe it. I step out is more than words. It is a covenant. It is you choosing to walk into destiny, to embrace purpose, to live the life for which you were chosen. And when you do, heaven will respond. For the chosen are not called to stay inside, they are called to step out and shine. Stepping out is not only about leaving behind fear, it is also about entering into responsibility. When you step out, you claim a place on the battlefield of destiny, no longer hidden in the crowd. You stand visible, a light on a hill that cannot be ignored. And with visibility comes both challenge and opportunity. Think of David facing Goliath. Until he stepped forward, the entire army of Israel trembled. His brothers mocked him. The king doubted him, and the giant cursed him. But David stepped out anyway. That single act of courage shifted the course of a nation. The sling in his hand was small, but the faith in his heart was vast. That is what stepping out does. It multiplies your impact beyond what your resources suggest. When you declare, "I step out," you are choosing the posture of David. You may not feel equipped. You may not feel ready, but you trust that the one who called you will strengthen you for the task. Stepping out also means embracing the unknown. Faith rarely provides a detailed map. More often, it offers a compass pointing forward, asking you to trust one step at a time. Abraham left his homeland not knowing where he was going, yet his obedience birthed nations. He stepped out of comfort and into covenant. That is the invitation before you. Trust not in the map, but in the guide. Picture a seedling breaking through the soil. It pushes upward, vulnerable, delicate, yet determined. The soil was once its protection, but now it must rise into the light. In rising, it risks wind, heat, and storm. But without stepping out of the ground, it can never become the tree it was destined to be. Your life is the same. Remaining buried may feel safe, but it suffocates growth. Rising into visibility may feel risky, but it is the only way to bear fruit. There was once a man who lived behind the curtain of fear for decades. He dreamed, but never acted. He planned, but never moved. Then one day, he chose to step out, speaking words he had long held silent. At first, his voice trembled, but with each act of courage, confidence grew. Today, he inspires others, not because he never feared, but because he finally chose to rise above it. His story teaches us this truth. Stepping out does not mean the absence of fear. It means the refusal to bow to it. Stepping out also impacts others. Your courage becomes contagious. When you step forward, those behind you find the strength to follow. Peter's courage to step out of the boat inspired generations after him to believe in the impossible. Your declaration today may do the same. It may awaken someone else's courage to take their first step. And remember, Stepping out is not the end, it is the beginning. It is the threshold into a larger story, the first note of a greater song, the opening chapter of a testimony still being written. Do not underestimate the power of this moment. So, chosen one, when you declare, I step out, see yourself rising from hesitation into boldness, from shadow into light, from silence into purpose. See heaven applauding, angels moving, chains breaking. See the ripple of your choice flowing outward, touching lives you may never meet. For this is your time, not tomorrow, not someday. Now, step out and watch destiny unfold before your eyes. Chosen one, there is another mystery you must face on this path, the weight of silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of heaven. There are seasons where prayers rise like incense, yet answers seem delayed. You search the skies, but the heavens feel like brass. You look for signs, but all you see is stillness. And it is in these seasons that the deepest shaping happens. The scriptures remind us in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 26, it is good to wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord. This verse does not dismiss the ache of silence, but it redefines it. Quiet waiting is not passive, it is trust in motion. It is choosing faith when senses crave evidence. Think of Job. For much of his suffering, heaven was silent. Friends speculated. His wife despaired, and his body broke. Yet Job held to his faith, declaring, though he slay me, yet will I trust him. That declaration was not born in comfort, but in silence. And in time, the silence broke, and Job's story became a testimony that echoes through generations. Silence is a forge. It strips away shallow faith and reveals whether your trust is in outcomes or in the one who holds them. Many seek God for blessings. Silence reveals those who seek him for himself. In silence, motives are purified, pride is melted, and endurance is strengthened. There was a woman who prayed for healing for years. Each day, she lifted her cry, and each day seemed to pass without response. Friends told her to give up, but she did not. Over time, her prayers changed. Instead of pleading for answers, she began to worship for his presence. The silence had transformed her. She discovered peace that surpassed understanding, even before her healing came. And when breakthrough finally arrived, she carried not just health, but a depth of faith she never imagined. Imagine a teacher in a classroom. Often, when the test is being taken, the teacher is silent, not absent, but present, watching, assessing, letting the students reveal what they have learned. That is how silence works in your life. Heaven does not abandon you in testing seasons. It observes, trusting you to rise into maturity. Silence also teaches you to listen differently. When heaven seems quiet, you begin to notice whispers. You once overlooked the encouragement of a friend, the beauty of creation, the still, small voice in your spirit. These subtle voices become lifelines, drawing you into intimacy beyond the noise. Think of Elijah at Mount Horeb. He looked for God in the wind, in the earthquake, in the fire. But the Lord came in a gentle whisper. Silence prepared Elijah to recognize what spectacle could not. Your silence is doing the same. It is sharpening your spiritual ear. There was once a young man who longed for clarity about his future. He prayed, fasted, sought counsel, yet all he heard was silence. For months, he wrestled, frustrated and weary. But one day, he realized silence itself was the answer. God was teaching him to walk by faith, not by sight. And in that trust, doors began to open. Silence is also where roots grow deep. Plants do not make noise as they sink roots into soil. But without that unseen work, they cannot survive storms. Your silent season may feel barren, but beneath the surface, roots are anchoring you for what lies ahead. Even Jesus experienced silence. On the cross, he cried, my God, why have you forsaken me?" In that moment, heaven's silence was deafening, and yet, resurrection was coming. The silence was not abandonment, it was the prelude to victory. So, chosen one, do not despise silence. It is not a void, it is a vessel. It holds treasures hidden from the noise of ordinary days. It teaches patience, sharpens discernment, and deepens trust. When the answers feel delayed, when the heavens seem quiet, remember, silence is not the absence of God. It is the space where He prepares you to hear Him in new ways. Walk through it with courage, embrace it with faith, and one day, you will look back and realize that the silence was not empty. It was the echo of heaven shaping you for the songs yet to come. Responsibility also sharpens your discernment. When you know your choices impact more than just yourself, you begin to weigh decisions with greater care. You ask not only, is this allowed, but will this honor God and bless those who look to me? The mantle lifts you above selfishness, compelling you to see through the lens of eternity. It also deepens your prayer life. Casual prayers will not sustain heavy responsibility. You begin to intercede not only for your needs, but for those entrusted to you. Your prayer closet becomes a command center, where heaven's strategies are revealed and burdens are lifted. Every yes to responsibility enlarges your capacity to carry others in the secret place. Responsibility also creates legacy. What you model now becomes the pattern others inherit. If you walk with integrity, those who follow you will do the same. If you yield to compromise, they may stumble in the same traps. Your mantle does not end with you. It multiplies into generations. This is why carrying it faithfully is so vital. And when responsibility feels overwhelming, remember this: you were not chosen because you are flawless, but because you are willing. God delights in using imperfect vessels to display perfect glory. Responsibility is not about proving your worth. It is about proving His faithfulness through your surrender. So lift your head. Chosen one. The weight you feel is not meant to break you. It is meant to build you. Every step you take under the mantle shapes you into a leader heaven can trust, and a witness earth cannot ignore. Carry it with courage, for your responsibility is also your reward. There is a hidden strength that chosen ones often discover only after seasons of breaking. Breaking is not something we seek, yet it is something that shapes us more than victories ever could. It is in the fractures of life, in the disappointments, the betrayals, the losses that true resilience is born. The prophet Jeremiah records this truth in his writings. Chapter 18, verse 4. But the pot he was shaping from the clay was marred in his hands, so the potter formed it into another pot, shaping it as seemed best to him. Notice that the clay was not discarded because it was marred. The potter did not throw it away in frustration. He simply reshaped it. That is what God does with your broken pieces. Chosen one, your breaking has never disqualified you. On the contrary, it has placed you in the hands of the master potter. Every crack, every flaw, every place you thought would destroy you is being reshaped into something useful, beautiful, and enduring. Consider Peter. He swore loyalty to Jesus, yet denied him 3 times. In that moment of breaking, shame consumed him, yet Jesus restored him, not only forgiving his failure, but commissioning him to feed the sheep. The breaking did not end Peter's story, it empowered it. From then on, his voice carried an authority that only brokenness redeemed could give. There was once a man who poured his life into building a future career, family, dreams. But one by one, they crumbled. He felt shattered beyond repair. Yet in that season, he discovered prayer in a new depth. His brokenness birthed intimacy with God he had never known in success. Years later, when restoration came, he testified, "I would never choose that valley, but I would never trade what I gained in it." His life became proof that brokenness is not the end, but the forge of transformation. Imagine a stained glass window. By itself, each piece of glass looks jagged, sharp, useless. But when arranged in the hands of a master craftsman, the broken shards form a masterpiece that glows with light. Your life is the same. The broken parts you despise may actually be the fragments God is arranging into beauty that will shine for generations. Breaking is also the place where pride dies. As long as we rely on our own strength, we cannot fully grasp the depth of God's grace. But when we are cracked open, we learn dependence, humility, and compassion. Broken people love differently. They forgive quicker. They see others' pain more clearly because they have tasted it themselves. Think of Hannah, who wept bitterly because of her barrenness. Her breaking drove her to the temple, where she poured out her soul before God. In time, her womb was opened, and Samuel was born a prophet who would shape Israel's history. Without her season of breaking, the depth of her prayer and the birth of her promise would not have come. Even Jesus embraced breaking. At the Last Supper, he took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and gave it to his disciples, saying, "This is my body, broken for you." His breaking became our healing. His wounds became our restoration. If breaking was not beneath the Son of God, it is not beneath you. There was once a woman who endured betrayal from those she trusted most. It broke her spirit, shattered her sense of worth. Yet in her healing journey, she discovered that brokenness could become testimony. She began helping others who had walked similar roads, offering empathy, born not of theory, but of scars. Her breaking became her ministry. So do not despise your cracks. They are not marks of failure, they are marks of molding. The potter's hand has not left you. He is shaping you still. And the vessel he forms will carry glory you cannot yet imagine. Breaking also teaches gratitude. When you have been fractured and healed, you appreciate wholeness more deeply. When you have walked through shadows, you value light more fiercely. What once seemed ordinary becomes sacred. A simple sunrise, a kind word, a moment of peace, all become treasures to one who has known breaking. Picture a seed. It must break before it grows. The shell cannot remain intact if life is to emerge. Breaking is not the death of the seed, but the birth of the tree. So too with you. Your breaking is not your burial, it is your beginning. Chosen one, hold this truth close. Breaking is not the end of your destiny, it is the preparation for it. You are not discarded clay. You are not shattered glass left on the ground. You are in the hands of the potter, being reshaped, reformed, and readied for purpose. Walk through this season with hope, for when the breaking ends, what emerges will not only be stronger, it will be radiant. A vessel fit for glory, a testimony that whispers to others still fractured, you too can be remade. And when light shines through the vessel once broken, it glows in ways smooth surfaces never could. The cracks become conduits of grace, letting hope spill out to those still in shadow. Chosen one, your scars will not silence you, they will sing. What once seemed ruin will one day reveal radiant redemption. There is a mantle that rests upon every chosen one, a weight of calling that cannot be denied. This mantle is not woven of fabric but of responsibility, vision, and spiritual authority. To carry it is both an honor and a burden. For mantles are never given lightly. They are entrusted to those who have been prepared by fire, silence, and breaking. The scriptures remind us in the second book of Kings, chapter 2, verse 13. Elisha then picked up Elijah's cloak that had fallen from him and went back and stood on the bank of the Jordan. The mantle of Elijah did not simply fall, it was passed. And Elisha, by picking it up, stepped into a new level of destiny. Chosen one, you too stand before a mantle. All the struggles you have endured, all the storms you have survived, all the valleys you have walked through, they were not meaningless. They were the preparation for the weight you are now called to carry. Think of Elisha's moment. He watched his mentor depart in a whirlwind, the chariots of fire carrying him away. The cloak fell, lying heavy on the ground. Elisha could have mourned, hesitated, or walked away, but instead, he bent down, picked it up, and tested its power by striking the waters of the Jordan. The river parted. That single act declared, "The mantle has transferred, and I now walk in the authority of it." So it is with you. Mantles are not automatic. They require choice. They fall, but you must pick them up. They carry weight, but you must decide to bear it. There was once a man who carried great vision, but hesitated to act. For years, he admired the call from a distance, fearful of the responsibility it required. But when he finally embraced it, when he picked up the cloak, doors opened, authority followed, and his life bore fruit he never imagined. His story illustrates this truth. Destiny is not fulfilled in watching, it is fulfilled in carrying. Mantles also symbolize continuity. Elijah's work did not end with him, it flowed through Elisha. Your calling is not isolated. It is part of a greater story, threads woven together across generations. You carry not only your own dreams, but the prayers of those before you. Perhaps a grandmother who prayed for you in secret, a parent who sowed seeds of faith, a mentor who poured into your growth. These voices echo through the mantle you now bear. Imagine a torch being passed in a relay race. The runner does not stop the race when he hands over the flame. The next runner takes it and continues. That is what the mantle is, a torch of light, responsibility, and mission. And now, it rests in your hands. Mantles also carry power, but they demand humility. Authority without surrender leads to arrogance. But authority carried in submission leads to transformation. Elisha did not wield Elijah's mantle for his own glory. He used it to serve, to heal, to reveal God's presence among the people. There was once a woman who stepped into leadership reluctantly. She feared being seen, feared the expectations that came with responsibility. Yet when she surrendered her fear, she discovered that the mantle was not a weight crushing her, but a covering, empowering her. Under it, she spoke words that healed, prayed prayers that broke chains, and led others into freedom. The mantle revealed her true capacity. Mantles are costly. To wear them, you must let go of lesser garments. Elisha burned his plows and slaughtered his oxen before following Elijah, an act of total surrender. The mantle demanded his all. So too with you. To fully embrace your calling, you must release what no longer fits: old fears, shallow pursuits, distractions that weigh you down. Picture a soldier putting on armor. The armor is heavy, yet it protects, empowers, and enables him to stand in battle. The mantle functions the same way. It may feel heavy at first, but it equips you for victories you could not win without it. Even Jesus spoke of mantles when he said, "Take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." The mantle he gives is not designed to crush you. It is designed to align you with his strength. You do not carry it alone. He carries it with you. Chosen one. Your mantle waits. It lies before you, waiting for your hands, your courage, your surrender. Do not let it remain on the ground. Pick it up, walk in it, and as you do, rivers will part, mountains will move, lives will shift. For the mantle you carry is not just for you, it is for the world you are called to impact. And remember this, every mantle carries not only power, but also inheritance. When you wear it, you are clothed in promises spoken long before you arrived. Elisha's miracles were not random. They were the overflow of a covenant God had already established through Elijah. In the same way, your mantle connects you to wells of anointing dug by those who came before you. Do not fear the weight. What feels heavy at first will, in time, feel natural. Just as a musician learns to carry an instrument until it becomes part of them, so too will this mantle become part of your identity. You will no longer see it as something you hold. It will be who you are. Mantles are also generational. One day, you will lay yours down for another to pick up. The question is not only whether you will carry it well, but whether you will prepare others to continue the work. To carry the mantle is to build a legacy, not just for your lifetime, but for lifetimes to come. So lift it now. Chosen one, wear it boldly. For when you do, heaven will confirm what earth can only marvel at. You were always meant to carry this. There comes a moment, chosen one, when all the strands of your journey weave together. The waiting, the storms, the valleys, the silence, the breaking, the rising, the mantle. All of it has not been scattered fragments, but pieces of a greater tapestry. What once seemed random now forms a pattern. What once felt like chaos now reveals design. And as you look back, you see the fingerprints of God over every step. The psalmist speaks of this in Psalms. Chapter 139, verse 16. Your eyes saw my unformed body. All the days ordained for me were written in your book before one of them came to be, before your first breath. The story was already written, and though you have faced detours, setbacks, and moments where you thought the script was ruined, the author has never lost control of the pen. Think of Joseph standing before his brothers at the end of his journey, once sold as a slave, imprisoned unjustly, forgotten by men but remembered by God. When he finally revealed himself, he spoke words that echo through eternity. You intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. His story proves what yours is showing. Destiny is never destroyed by darkness. It is refined by it. Your scars are not wasted. Every trial you endured has become a testimony. Every tear has watered seeds of compassion that now bloom into wisdom. Every night of silence has prepared you to carry words that pierce the noise. What once broke you has now built you. You carry the fragrance of someone who has walked through fire and come out refined. Imagine a mosaic. Up close, the pieces look jagged, sharp, even discarded. But when arranged by the artist, they form a masterpiece of color and light. Your life is that mosaic. Every broken shard is part of the beauty now shining forth. What seemed meaningless is now radiant. There was once a woman who lived through years of suffering, loss upon loss, trial upon trial. At times, she questioned whether God had forgotten her. But when restoration came, she realized that nothing had been wasted. Her story became a fountain of hope for others. Her scars became testimonies, and her voice carried weight, born of endurance. She discovered that purpose was never absent. It had been unfolding quietly all along. Chosen one. You too are stepping into that realization. You have been prepared for such a time as this. Not for comfort alone, but for calling. Not for survival only, but for significance. The shaping of your life has not been random, it has been intentional. Think of Esther. At first, she was simply a young woman caught in a contest. She did not choose. But when the moment of crisis came, her uncle spoke words that revealed her destiny. And who knows but that you have come to your royal position for such a time as this? Esther's courage shifted the course of a nation. She was not placed in the palace by accident. Neither are you placed where you are by coincidence. Even the wilderness, even the waiting, even the silence has been working toward this moment. You stand now at the convergence of preparation and purpose. And here is the truth. Destiny is not a distant someday. It is the step you take today. Each act of obedience, each choice to trust, each refusal to bow to fear is destiny in motion. You do not wait for it, you walk in it. Picture a sunrise. The long night seemed endless, but slowly the horizon brightens, at first faint, then undeniable. Light pushes back shadows, and a new day begins. That is where you are now. The night has served its purpose, but dawn is breaking. Your calling is not fragile. It is not dependent on perfect circumstances. It is anchored in the eternal. You have been chosen, not by the approval of men, but by the decree of heaven, and what God ordains. No power of darkness can erase. So, step forward, not timidly, but boldly, not questioning whether you belong, but knowing you are marked, not fearing what lies ahead, but trusting the one who has carried you this far. The journey has not been easy, but it has been worth it. And the story is far from over. In fact, it is only beginning. For the chosen are never finished. They are continually unfolding, continually rising, continually revealing the glory of the one who called them. Walk in this confidence. Your best days are not behind you. They are ahead. Your scars are not your shame. They are your crown. Your journey has not disqualified you. It has equipped you. And when others look at your life, they will see not just a survivor, but a torchbearer. Not just someone who endured, but someone who shines. Not just someone who stumbled, but someone who rose again and again, until rising became their identity. Chosen one, this is who you are. Not broken beyond repair, but reshaped for glory. Not forgotten, but remembered. Not ordinary, but chosen. Carry this truth with you, and let it shape every step. For the author of your story is still writing, and the chapters yet to come will reveal beauty greater than you can now imagine. And as you walk forward, remember this: destiny is not a distant mountain you climb once. It is a path beneath your feet, steady and unfolding. Every sunrise greets you with new mercy. Every step becomes a testimony. Every breath is proof that your story continues. Do not measure yourself by what was lost, but by what still lies ahead. The same God who carried you through valleys will lead you into victories. The same hand that held you in silence will guide you into songs. Your future is secure, because you are chosen. Chosen one. You have walked with me through every section of this journey, through storms, valleys, silence, breaking, mantles, and finally into destiny. Now, as we draw this message to a close, there is one truth I must remind you of. None of this was coincidence. You were not here by accident. Heaven paused your scroll, stilled your distractions, and brought you here to be reminded of who you are. You are chosen. You are marked. You are prepared. But this journey does not end when the words stop. It continues when you choose to carry the flame into your own life, into your own circles, into your own world. The call is not just to hear it, is to respond, to embody, to step boldly into the purpose written over you since the beginning. And here is where your part comes in. Your like, your share, your subscription. These are not empty gestures. They are ways of saying, I align with this truth. I want this light to go farther than me. Oh, think of a river flowing. One stone can change its current, redirecting water to places it would never reach otherwise. That is what your response does. Every time you like, you shift the flow. Every share sends light into new territory. Every subscription ensures you stay connected to the stream, drawing fresh water again and again. And yes, your comment matters too. When you leave your words below, you are not just interacting, you are declaring, you are placing a marker that says, I heard this, I receive this, I walk in this. And those words have power, not only for you, but for others who will read and find courage through your testimony. Imagine a bonfire in the night. At first, only a few gather, but as sparks fly and others add their logs, the fire grows, drawing more and more out of the shadows. That is what happens when you respond. Your engagement is like adding a log to the fire, ensuring the blaze continues, warming those who have yet to arrive. This is not obligation, it is invitation. An invitation to be part of something larger than yourself, to let your small act become a ripple of eternity, touching lives you may never see. And for those whose hearts are stirred more deeply, there is another way. Your donation is not demanded, it is devotion. It is like pouring a drop of oil into a lamp so the flame burns longer, or planting a seed into soil so future generations may eat from its fruit. It is not about the size of the gift, but the spirit in which it is given freely, joyfully, out of love. So I ask you, chosen one, if this word has stirred you, if it has strengthened you, if it has awakened something inside you, do not let it stop here. Like, share, comment, subscribe, and if you feel led, donate. Let your action be your echo into the world, your agreement with heaven's voice. Because the truth is, you were never meant to carry light alone. We are chosen together, and together, our light will blaze brighter than any darkness can withstand. This is your final call, not of pressure, but of purpose. Step in, fully. Respond with faith. Let the world see your agreement, not just in silence, but in action. For you are chosen, you are marked, and your voice matters.